Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community.
The culmination of a season no one will soon forget settles at Harlan and Hazel Rogers Sports Complex in Fort Dodge as we have made it to the final night of Class 5A softball for the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. A beautiful night, perfect conditions for players, coaches, and fans as we prepare to crown a first-time state champion. It is the top two seeds, Fort Dodge taking on Cedar Rapids Kennedy. I am Brad Wells. She is Molly Parrott. As we welcome you to Fort Dodge, and Molly, you can't ask for much more than number one versus number two in a state final.
Fort Dodge, the hometown team, expecting a huge crowd in support of the Dodgers tonight. It will be a tough matchup to get past the second-seeded Cougars. Very, very impressive pitcher in the circle, Kaylin Kenny.
Let's take a look at more on Cedar Rapids Kennedy as they are in their third trip to state in the last 4 years. Senior Kaylin Kinney is the leader in the circle. Another solid pitcher as well in Jamie Scheck. 6 players for Cedar Rapids Kennedy have committed to play college softball. They are talented.
Very talented bunch, Brad, as you mentioned, and these are not a lot of multi-sport athletes. They are softball players through and through, and it shows. The team has been very successful in these seniors' tenure.
And for the top-seeded Fort Dodge Dodgers, preseason number one, they are number one at the end of the year. 16th trip to state, and they've been here recently, 5 of the last 6. Logan Schnetzer becoming the school's career home run record holder this season, and a sophomore in the circle in Jalen Adams, the daughter of head coach Andy Adams. She leads all 5A with strikeouts and wins this season. She'll also lead things off for the Dodgers, and they're excited to get as many fans as they can in here tonight.
They had a huge crowd in the semifinal win against Ankeny Centennial. We expect just about everybody in Fort Dodge to be here tonight. All
right, we turn it over to public address announcer Tim Fitzpatrick.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Jack North Award is given to the outstanding senior performer at the state softball and basketball tournaments. The annual award is named in honor of the former information director at the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. Presenting the Jack North Softball Award is Gene Berger, Executive Director of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. The 2019 softball honoree led West Des Moines Valley to the Class 5A state championship. She won all 3 games in the pitcher's circle at last year's tournament, while also batting .538. She just completed her freshman season at Creighton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 recipient of the Jack North Softball Award from West Des Moines Valley, Haley Gatika. The IGHSAU Golden Plaque of Distinction Award honors the Iowa coach who has demonstrated a successful career while making notable contributions towards school, community, and the coaching profession. Presenting this year's Golden Plaque of Distinction Award is IGHSAU Executive Director Gene Berger. The 2020 recipient of the Golden Plaque Award in softball is Todd Miracle of Johnston High School. Todd just completed his 30th season of coaching softball. He spent 8 seasons at Shenandoah, 4 seasons at Dallas Center Grimes, and 18 years at Johnston. He guided Dallas Center Grimes to its first ever state tournament appearance and led Johnston to 3 state softball championships, along with 2 runner-up finishes. He was inducted in the Iowa Girls Coaches Association's Hall of Fame. He's also served on the IGHSAU Softball Advisory Committee and has been very active with the Iowa Girls Coaches Association. Todd and his wife Wendy have 3 children, Tyler, Kylie, and Nicole. Ladies and gentlemen, Congratulations to the 2020 Softball Golden Plaque of Distinction winner from Johnston High School, Todd Miracle.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you rise, please, as we recognize a moment of silence. Last fall, the IGHSAU lost a longtime friend, educator, coach, and Hall of Fame umpire. In honor of Jeff Tank's memory, we ask that you join us in recognizing him with a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and softball fans, and welcome to Rogers Sports Complex and this 5A championship game between the visiting team, the Cedar Rapids Kennedy Cougars, and the home team, the Fort Dodge Dodgers. Now let's meet your non-starters and assistant coaches. First of all, from the visitors from Kennedy. Number 3, Addie Albert. Number 10, Jamie Scheck. Number 24, Lexi Wheatley. Number 42, Topanga Beauregard. And number 36, Olivia Herring. Your assistant coaches, Tiana Drawn, Jake Kuhlbeck, McCall Atwater, Cameron Jeffords, and Nick LeClaire. And now, here are your starters for this 5A champion team from Kennedy. Leading off and playing left field, number 25, Addie Parker. Batting second and doing the pitching, number 44, Kaylin Kinney. Batting third in center field, number 11, Maya Dodge. Cleanup hitter for the Cougars and doing the catching, number 21, Abby Spohr. Batting fifth at second base, number 38, Mary Kristofiak. Batting sixth at first base, number 15, Keaton Gerber. Batting seventh, the designated player, number 2, Izzy Wright. Batting eighth in right field, number 19, Sam Scheck. And batting ninth, the shortstop, number 33, Alyssa Martin. Your flex player playing at third base, number 43, Regan Deputy. Head coach for the Cougars, Madison LeClaire. And now let's meet your non-starters and assistant coaches for the home team from Fort Dodge. Number 3, Reese Peterson. Number 5, Maya Davis. Number 6, Ava Allstott. Number 8, Caitlin Werning. Number 13, Dallas Richardson. Number 14, Maggie Elsbecker. Number 17, Lydia Lara. Your assistant coaches, Kenzie Allstott, Aaron Miller, and Molly Mathis. And now, here's your starting lineup for the Fort Dodge Dodgers. Leading off and doing the pitching, number 12, Jalen Adams. Batting second at shortstop, number 9, Tori Bennett. Batting third and doing the catching, number 11, Tristan Doster. Cleanup hitter for the Dodgers at first base, number 20, Logan Schnetzer. Batting fifth and playing second, number 4, Martina Lowry. Batting sixth at third base, number 2, Haley Wills. Batting 7th in right field, number 7, Malia Lowry. Batting 8th in left field, number 10, Chloe Wirtz. And batting 9th in center field, number 1, Sophia Klinger. Head coach for the Dodgers, Andy Adams. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our home plate area. The umpiring crew for this contest, as assigned by the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. At first base, Ed Murphy. At third base, Tony Nelson. And calling the balls and strikes, Dirk Sorensen. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for championship softball?
Well, the nerves have hit full capacity here as we get ready to start the 5A championship game. Let's start with the home team who will be on the field first. The Fort Dodge Dodgers. You have Wirtz, a junior, in left, Klinger, a junior, in center field, and Malia Lowry in right field, just a sophomore. In the infield, also very young, Wills, Bennett on the left side, both sophomores. Lowry, a sophomore, and Schnetzer, the senior, at first base. Jalen Adams in the circle. Tristan Doster behind the plate. They call her TK, as Jalen Adams and Tristan Doster have been working together for quite some time. And Adams in the circle. You see her there, the daughter of head coach Andy Adams. A tough competitor, hit a huge growth spurt this past year, Molly, and it has helped her as she has been put to work here in 5A, leading the entire state of 5A, strikeouts and wins this year. As she gets prepared for her warm-up pitches, we take a look at the lineup for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, as you just heard it announced. Parker, Kinney, and Dodge will start it off, followed by Spohr and Kristofiak, Gerber, Izzy Wright, Sam Scheck. And runs can come from just about anywhere. So we take a look at our keys to the game. And Molly, for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, what do you need to see from them to bring home a trophy?
Well, we'll talk a lot about Kaylin Kinney in the circle for the Cougars. She will play at the University of Nebraska in the fall. She's very good at the plate. A lot of heavy hitters for this Cougar squad. We saw several home runs yesterday, and in quarterfinal action, it's going to be a lot for this Dodger defense to handle.
How about for the Dodgers here as they get prepared to play on their home field?
Well, how exciting is it to have the home team, Fort Dodge, here in this championship game after being ranked first all season long? Got to take advantage of that. And this is a tough and scrappy bunch. They are youthful, so they are, I wouldn't say inexperienced, but both teams actually experienced as far as championship game action. We might see some nerves early on. That might be a key for both teams.
11th time in 18 years at the state tournament for Fort Dodge. This is their first ever appearance in the championship game. And the first pitch misses low to Addie Parker. Addie Parker leads the team in hits this season, has hit .368 on the year. Played at the state tournament in 2019 at shortstop. He's a left fielder, but actually moved into that shortstop spot due to an injury to Alyssa Martin. Fouled first base side and out of play, giving chase Schnetzer and Doster.
As you said, Addie Parker's had a really good season at the plate. Struggled a little bit here in their first couple games of the state tournament. She wants to set the table for some very potent hitters in this Cougar lineup.
Adams just misses outside, and the count runs full here on our first batter of the evening. Addie Parker trying to find a way on base. Slaps it right side, scooped by Lowry. The throw is in time. Martina Lowry, the sophomore. A great glove and gets Parker.
What a play by the sophomore second base person there. Extends, gets up quickly, at least quick enough to throw from her knees. We chatted with her after the game yesterday. She hit a home run in that semifinal action. She is not very big.
This is Kaylin Kinney at the plate, and she has seen a ton of intentional walks this year, and for good reason. When she finally was pitched to yesterday, she hit it up towards the top of the evergreen trees out in left field.
And I'm not, in speaking with Andy Adams, head coach for Fort Dodge, it doesn't surprise me that they're at least for a couple pitches going to go right at her.
There's a little taste of the power. That is well foul. Kaylin Kinney has committed to play college softball at the University of Nebraska. She says she'll be going there planning to pitch, and they also want to work her bat into the lineup. And there's a fly ball left field, and that drops. That's extra bases for Kaylin Kinney as Wirtz cannot get to it. And it's a one-out double here in the first. Cedar Rapids Kennedy gets it going offensively.
And Wirtz tonight, you know, she stretches out, tries to make a really spectacular play. And sometimes when you do that, the ball can trickle away from you a little bit and allow for extra bases, but she gets up quickly. Kenny only advances to second.
And now an intentional walk to Maya Dodge. As Dodge yesterday hit a home run right after Kinney was intentionally walked, a two-run bomb. It helped Kennedy get things rolling in their semifinal game. So 2 aboard now for Abby Spohr. Spohr, the Kennedy catcher, has 5 round trippers on the season. And she hit one yesterday, went back to back with Maya Dodge in that 3rd inning.
She goes to the off-speed pitch, hangs it up there a little bit. This Kennedy team, not really a lot of competition in their first 2 games. Winning 9-0 in semis, 10-4 first round action. They have pounced on opponents early. In first 3 innings, those 2 games, 5 of 6 of them they scored.
That one's fisted foul. There's Jalen Adams, the sophomore, in the circle, just missing a couple of pitches in this battle with Abby Spohr. A 2-2 count now. With 2 aboard. Fouled away, we'll do it again.
Pitching catching duo for Fort Dodge. Adams and Doster played together for a long time. Doster is a little bit of a calming presence for Jalen Adams. Jalen's mom, Andy, of course, head coach for Fort Dodge, says her daughter's a little bit of a thinker. So right now you're going to see her catcher go out, just give her a real brief talking to. Help her settle down a little bit. Don't think too much out here.
Here's the 2-2. That one's just foul. Just past the glove of Haley Wills, too. Made a great play from her knees in the 7th inning of the semifinal win for Fort Dodge over Ankeny Centennial. Adams misses outside. Count runs to 3-2.
Tries to paint that outside corner. Doing a good job going inside, outside.
It's the 3-2 to Spohr. That one's caught at first by Schnetzer, and a double play to end the top of the first. Kennedy threatens, but a fantastic glove shown by Logan Schnetzer, the senior at first, gets Fort Dodge out of the jam.
Well, we talked about the scrappy play of this Fort Dodge team. I think 4 different players dove for balls in that 1 inning. Lowry gets them started with that great play out at second base. Left field can't make the amazing diving play, but it's a great effort. Third base, not able to make a great diving play on a foul ball, but what a great play there to end the inning by Schnetzer.
All right, well, let's take a look at the defense now as Cedar Rapids Kennedy grabs their gloves, as you have Parker, Dodge, and Scheck, all juniors in the outfield, left to right. You have Deputy, a senior, Martin, senior, at shortstop. On the left side, Kristofiak at second, a senior, and Gerber, sophomore, at first base. Behind the plate, Abby Spohr, the senior, just had that line drive stolen to end the inning, and Kaylin Kinney, the senior, in the circle, as she can bring the heat from the circle. There you see her 11-0 record, and Molly, she did not allow a single run all season until the quarterfinal round game here at the state tournament, as she gave up 3 runs in that first game victory over Pleasant Valley, but other than that, she has been nearly untouchable.
And we're going to watch her tempo. I mean, you can tell just watching her warm up, she can really bring it. Be fun to watch these Dodgers if they can catch up to the speed that she is bringing, but when she gets that tempo is important. Coach Madison said sometimes she'll play a little too quickly. You got to keep your pace.
Here's a look at the Fort Dodge batting order. Jalen Adams, the pitcher, will lead things off, followed by Tori Bennett, Doster, Schnetzer, your top 4 batters, followed by Lowry, Wills, Lowry, Wirtz, and Klinger. All have that ability to contribute. As Adams will get the first look at Kaylin Kinney. There you see Bennett on deck. Jalen Adams, the sophomore, a 2-run home run in the quarterfinals against Bettendorf. That was her first home run of the year. Not only does she lead 5A in strikeouts and wins, number 2 in 5A with a 615 batting average. Hits and doubles, also ranks number 2 in 5A. And behind that, heater from Kinney. Falls behind 0-2.
Impressive, but both of these very good pitchers for these 2 ball clubs, also very potent at the plate themselves.
Adams fouls that one away. As I look at him here, we mentioned Jalen Adams went through a growth spurt, added about 4.5 inches to her height in the last 12 months. A similar build as you look at Kaylin Kinney here. First miss out of the strike zone for Kinney.
Speaking of that size, Coach Adams said, you know, my husband and I couldn't figure it out. We're 2 Clydesdales. How could we have a pony? She said she finally developed that height from the genes that we gave her. It was a pretty funny moment. She is quite a personality over there in that third base coach's box. We're going to mic her up. I hope we have an opportunity to hear some of the funny one-liners that she will bring and the enthusiasm that she brings to this game for her team.
That is head coach Andy Adams in her 19th season with Fort Dodge, as Kinney gets the strikeout on Adams for out number 1.
What a great job of trying to make an Adams reach for that outside pitch.
Kinney with a lot of movement on her pitches. And that one gets Bennett right in the front knee, and Fort Dodge with a runner aboard. take another look here.
He does a really good job of stepping in and taking that. Seems to be okay. Tough kid out there, Bennett.
The walk to first is enough to walk it off. So Tristan Doster to the plate. A 2-run home run in the semis in their win over Ankeny Centennial. Talking with her yesterday after the win over the semifinal game, said we need to keep showing everyone that we're #1 until that final day is over.
A little bit of a chip on the shoulder at Fort Dodge. And, you know, they feel like they deserve respect.
On the way to second base, and Bennett thrown out by Spoor. Martin covering.
What a toss by Spoor. Woo! That's a pretty good slide.
Trying to avoid the tag. Was really close to avoiding that tag there at second base, but
nice toss by Abby Spoor.
that's a fair ball, and that is 3 up, 3 down for Fort Dodge. Fantastic defensive plays by both teams in this opening inning.
Stay within ourselves here. Don't be too crazy. Hey, stay on it. Stay on it. We're all over it. Hey, let's go get the box.
Athletic Union, and today's player rating. Casey's is at the heart of
It's a little listen in on Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Coach Madison LeClaire. Well, let's take a look at this 5A tournament. This is how it all shook out. Fort Dodge topping Bettendorf, and then Ankeny Centennial after their win over Waukee, as Kennedy defeated Pleasant Valley, and then Muscatine, who got the win over West Des Moines Valley in this 5A field. And the winner will claim their school's first ever softball state championship.
Back on the first pitch. And the second. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We remind all of our viewers that we have both head coaches mic'd up throughout this championship game. And the final piece of that 5A puzzle, Molly, too. They played the third place game earlier today. Ankeny Centennial topping Muscatine 10-0 in 5 innings. So final game of this 5A season gets played today, and certainly a unique season. With COVID-19, a lot of extra precautions and safety measures both teams had to go through. We'll have more on that throughout this broadcast as Mary Kristofiak grounds out for out number 1.
A little slow roller. Lowry, no problem. Nice little flip over to first.
At the plate, Keaton Gerber. That one away. Keaton Gerber 4 home runs on this season. That one's fouled back as well. These Kennedy batters, they are aggressive. Hitting has been their #1 focus with head coach Madison LeClaire.
She said they go to the plate and they're shooting for doubles. They're wanting to hit gaps. Like you said, that very aggressive mindset.
The more runs we score, the more comfortable our pitchers can be. And they're dangerous when they're comfortable, but they can run if they need to, but they primarily focus on hitting gaps and hitting it out of the park. That one's fouled down that right field line.
Off-speed pitch, hangs in there a little high. Adams fortunate that she pulls a foul.
Good eye there by Gerber. And there is a gap. It'll be a one-out single for Keaton Gerber.
Gerber does a nice job of working that count, staying alive. Adams moving the ball around the plate, getting ahead in the count, but these Cougars batters do a nice job of working her, making her throw a lot of pitches.
This is Izzy Wright, designated player.
As we mentioned earlier, 6 of these Cougars will play college softball starting this fall. Izzy Wright will head to Pella for the Central Dutch.
Will join your alma mater of playing softball for Central.
3 players from the Cedar Rapids Kennedy team will be part of the American Rivers Conference, previously known as the Iowa Conference. So fun that so many of these players will stick close to home, even though Caitlin Kenny will be over across the border in Nebraska. It'll be nice that she's in the Big Ten.
Yep.
Still will hear and see a little bit of her.
And for the 3 in the American Rivers Conference to get to see each other once in a while as well.
That's right.
Slap left side. Wills could not field it cleanly, as that was a quick shot from Izzy Wright. And that will go down as a base hit. And so Gerber goes to second on this. A quick one-hopper to Wills. Able to keep it in the infield. Keeps Gerber at second. Visit to the circle from Tristan Doster. Known through this Fort Dodge softball community as TK Doster behind the plate. Trying to settle down the Dodgers. Adams gets Sam Scheck to swing through the first pitch.
Sam Scheck's had a good state tournament. Two for 3 yesterday in semis, 2 for 3 in first round action.
That one's fouled away, and Scheck falls behind 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Adams looks to work out of another 1 out, 2 runners aboard jam. Got a double play, line drive to Schnetzer at first. Gets a strikeout here for out number 2. So Alyssa Martin, the shortstop, up to the plate as we take another look at Adams on the strikeout. Adams is throwing for those corners. This one is fouled back. Alyssa Martin played at the state tournament for Cedar Rapids Kennedy as a freshman in 2017. She was the starting center fielder. They didn't have her at state in 2019 due to a knee injury running bases in the regional final against Cedar Rapids Prairie, but just so smooth defensively and at the plate.
She still wears that pretty hefty knee brace on that right knee. She will go to the University of Iowa in the fall and be a student. No plans to play softball at this point.
Plans on looking into the engineering field there, and excellent grades in academics for this senior. This one's popped up. Doster turns around, sees it's just out of her reach and out of play. Jalen Adams delivers the 1-2. Just misses outside. Adams thought she had it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Good eye by Martin there with 2 strikes to lay off. That one's grounded up the middle. Lowry flips it to Bennett. And once again, Cedar Rapids Kennedy, 2 runners aboard and no runs to show for it. So we head to the bottom of the second, scoreless here. Well, we talked a little bit about the COVID-19 safety precautions that now teams have been dealing with a lot of this, but here at the state tournament, some measures in place as well. You got the Lysol, the disinfectant wipes. You're getting an extra replenish right there. You got no seating in every stand. You got to go every other seat with your seats. There's plexiglass between the concession stands and fans, and you see a lot of masks being worn. And those players know, Molly, that when they get here, everything's on the line. So they're tightening things up as much as they can. Now here's the impact. The season delayed 3 weeks. Lucky to have a softball season. Just 6 weeks though, 4 weeks the regular season, 2 the postseason. 2 schools chose not to participate. 26 teams were impacted by COVID-19. 11 of them ended their season early. Nobody here at the state tournament though affected this week. So,
well, in talking to the players and coaches, it was challenging. Many of these head coaches gave their assistant coaches and athletics directors and superintendents a lot of credit for all of the extra precautions being taken. And they said really it wasn't that hard. There's too much on the line. We kept our circles close. This means too much to us to risk it.
They have dreams and aspirations of winning a state title, and you start to hear those stories of teams that did have to shut it down for 2 weeks and self-quarantine, and it can make you focus in on what's important. And Kinney real quickly up, no balls, 2 strikes on Logan Schnetzer.
Logan Schnetzer, big hitter for Fort Dodge. A lot of home runs in her Dodger career.
Will play softball at Iowa Central Community College here in town. Leads the state in RBIs. But Molly, she bunted in a run in the 5th inning in the quarterfinals. She'll do whatever is necessary to win a softball game.
Teammates call her Mama Low, one of 2 seniors on this squad. Kenny with the off speed gets her to chase, gets her out on that front foot.
They're blowing it by. You see Schnetzer out in front, just could not fight it off. Nice glove by Spohr behind the plate. That brings up Martina Lowry. Her first career home run came yesterday in the state semifinals to help punch Fort Dodge's ticket into this title game.
She's hit a couple home runs here and there in club ball, but this was the first one of the year at Fort Dodge. And it was just a line shot. It wasn't like this towering home run. It was just a frozen rope over the fence.
She said shortstop Tori Bennett called her shot. She said right before my at-bat, Tori told me, I know you can hit a home run. And then she hits a home run. Looks at one outside. Lowry also drove in a run in the 6th inning, proved to be an insurance run for Fort Dodge. Has been swinging the bat well. Fouls that one off. Well, we're talking about the COVID-19 precautions, something different. If you haven't been able to make it to many softball games, is the umpires no longer handle the softballs. All the balls get thrown in from the defensive team's dugout as Kinney airmails that one over top of Spoor. Able to laugh it off, though.
Just loses the grip on that one. Head coach for Kennedy, Madison Leclerc, calls the pitches.
Lowry able to fight that one off.
Caitlin talked about the critical pitcher-catcher relationship between she and Spoor, and said she appreciates her catcher so much. She's honest with me. She doesn't tell me what I want to hear.
She swung and it hit her.
Foul ball.
She swung and then the ball hit her, so it's a dead ball.
I thought it hit at the catcher.
No, it hit her.
So that is strike three. We'll take another look here as a foul ball, or excuse me, the swing and it hit her, but hit her in the leg. And then the catcher. So that's a dead ball. No drop third strike rule if it hits the batter. So 2 away here, both strikeouts for Kaylin Kinney, and Haley Wills, the third baseman, to the plate.
Kinney looking to strike out the side here.
Ball.
Missing on the inside, now missing on the outside. Haley Wills went 2 for 2 in the quarterfinals for Fort Dodge.
I think we'll see a lot of patience here.
Called strike on that 3-0 pitch. And now strike 2 on Wills. She missed again. Now we've got a full count here. Kinney, 2 strikeouts this inning already. And gets a third. All 3 Fort Dodge batters go down swinging as Kaylin Kinney now with 4 strikeouts.
Oh, she gets behind in the count, 3-0, but does a really nice job putting those next 2 right down the hatch.
So Fort Dodge getting set to take the field for the top of the 3rd as we get a look at Jalen Adams in super slow motion.
Jalen, one of several sophomores on this Dodger team. We talked to her mom, head coach Andy, a little bit about what's it like to coach your daughter. She said it's hard. I am not easy on her whatsoever. I probably drive her crazy sometimes. She doesn't call me mom, she calls me coach. She told a funny story about the first time that she coached this group of sophomores when they were maybe 6 or 7. I think she said they got beat 22-1. Now, I don't know if that's an exaggeration, but she said, we got it handed to us. And Jalen said, hey, something about pizza in the pool at the hotel.
Yeah, she asked Mom, did we win? What do you mean, did we win? No, you got beat really, really bad. Said, Coach remembered the score here, 22-1. It was Milwaukee. Coach remembered. Andy remembered. She's like, I can't believe this is my kid.
But she said I didn't take it easy on him. We could have played at a lower level.
Yep.
Could have won a lot. We didn't. We got whooped, and we learned really quickly that we had to get better.
And she said because of that, the kids did get better, and because of that, they're in this situation to play for a state title. This one's fouled away, and now Adams way ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Lowry making that great play out at second base. Addie Parker's first at bat.
Chops another one foul and out of play.
Kennedy's put runners on in both the first and second innings. Adams and the Dodgers done a nice job of getting out of a couple jams.
Addie Parker scored in the 6th inning yesterday on Kaylin Kinney's 3-run bomb. Trying to get a runner aboard here to start the 3rd inning. Adams misses high and outside. There's a fly ball, shallow left, coming in, cannot make the play. That's Wirtz attempting to scoop it, and Parker gets all the way to second base. Old Texas League blooper for Addie Parker.
Well, that's a great effort out in left field, trying to make that diving catch. And trainers are gonna take a look at her here.
Good try, baby. Good try.
Just looking at her right hand. Would be her non-glove hand as we take another look. Watch her right.
Hard to get a look at it there, but taking a look at her right hand. Maybe gonna tape it up here a little bit, see if she can keep playing. I don't think she has any intentions of leaving this game. I think it hurts. Her fingers are shaking a little bit.
A Band-Aid on that index finger, and that's an important one for throwing the ball.
Huh? Hey, you got to trust. It's what you got to do. It's what we got to do. What do we want to do? We want to win. We got to keep fighting. We got to keep doing what we're doing right now. All right, we're like this. Get on your toes, go attack. It's what you do, okay? Make every play. The wind's going to take it. It's going to come in, okay? Hit your spots. We know where to pitch. We've watched this, okay? You do your job. Here we go. Outs, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Logan, be ready for the quick bunt down this line. You too. Okay. Via.
So Chloe Wirtz gonna make a couple of throws, play catch with Tori Bennett. The shortstop makes sure she's ready to go. As that one gets away.
Good opportunity here, Coach Andy Adams in that team huddle. Provided some good encouragement, some instruction. She was quite a player herself, all-state player at Webster City, this neck of the woods, All-American in the mid to late 90s for BV in Storm Lake. She was an All-American there. She's in the Hall of Fame at both her high school and her college. So she's a pretty credible source, pretty credible resource for these young ladies to look up to.
And this summer going into the Iowa Girls Coaches Association Hall of Fame. Intentional walk to Kinney brings up Maya Dodge. Fly ball left field, that goes foul and out of play. Dodge was intentionally walked in her first at bat. So facing Adams for the first time here in this top of the 3rd inning.
A big hitter, center fielder, recent transfer from Cedar Rapids Prairie.
Ball.
High and inside. Jalen Adams, the sophomore, with 2 runners aboard, nobody out here in the 3rd inning. And she is facing the heart of the order. Dodge to the number 3 batter. Abby Spoor on deck, the number 4 hitter.
Dodgers have been able to lock things down first couple of innings after the Cougars got runners aboard.
And a base on balls loads them up for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, and that brings Abby Spoor to the plate. Spoor hit it hard in the first inning. The line drive was caught by first baseman Logan Schnetzer, who stepped on first for the inning-ending double play. Nobody out here in the third inning. Adams misses on her first pitch. There's 4 straight to Dodge to Walker. Got Parker at third, Kinney at second, Dodge at first. Adams evens the count at 1-1.
Abby Spoor will play at Luther College this fall up in Decorah. She's interested in studying biology and genetics.
And Spoor looks at strike 2 as Adams touches the corner on her last 2. He's one of the valedictorians at Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Here's a pitch fouled away by Spoor. Here's the 1-2. Misses outside. Evens the count at 2-2. These Kennedy batters all seem so disciplined at the plate, even with 2 strikes, Molly.
Very disciplined. Adams has done a great job of getting on top, getting ahead in the count. Tries to paint that outside corner, and they just do not chase.
Line drive to our camera crew territory up above that third base dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Iowa PBS crew, exemplary work as usual. Got a little wave up there from our camera crew, avoiding that ball.
The 2-2 to Spoor, flies it right field, tailing into foul territory, and will fall foul. Malia Lowry, the sophomore, gave chase. And just enough of that breeze, kind of from the left field pole towards the right field pole. It's kind of going straight across the diamond here.
If she makes that catch, though, she would have had to make a heck of a throw, I imagine.
There's a grounder left side. Nice play by Bennett at short. Cannot get the out at second. And now off the base is Dodge. And Kinney's going to try and score. She sneaks in there safe. 2 runs in for Cedar Rapids Kennedy.
And what a slide by the pitcher, number 44, getting around that tag. She helps her teammate out. What a slide. Wow. Very athletic play. Rhonda Ravel at Nebraska getting a good one in the fall.
Thank you, 24.
Bails out Maya Dodge, who, once she saw the ball was loose left second base, went towards third. Well, Kinney wasn't quite ready to commit to home yet. But Abby Spoor drives in 2 as we see our courtesy runner, Lexi Wheatley, the sophomore.
Kinney does a great job giving her teammate a chance to stay in that pickle, and she ends up benefiting from it, is able to scamper home. First and third situation. We'll see what Kennedy does here, see if they keep the pressure on this Fort Dodge defense.
Mary Kristofiak at the plate, delayed steal, and back to first goes Wheatley. Foster, the junior, behind the plate. Here's a grounder. Third baseman Wills tries to catch Dodge off balance with the fake throw to first. Dodge able to dive back safely.
Good heads-up play, really, by both of those players. I like the fake and trying to pick her off there at third base. Great heads-up base running by Maya Dodge. Does not go for that fake.
Keaton Gerber digs in, bases loaded. Nobody out for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, and 2 runs in here in the third. Fisted towards the shortstop. The catch is made by Bennett. And there's one away. So Izzy Wright to the plate. Bases loaded. Dodge at third. Wheatley running for Spores at second. And Kristofiak at first. Izzy Wright, infield single in her first at-bat. Hard hit ground ball that Wills couldn't handle at third. This time Adams can't handle it in the circle. Lowry able to make the play and get the out at first, but a run scores as Dodge able to cross the plate safely.
Adams tries to make a spectacular play. They get the out at 1. But another run does scamper home. Kennedy putting together a big inning.
1-4-3 if you're scoring at home. You're touched by Adams in the circle. And so Sam Scheck to the plate. Still 2 runners in scoring position here for Kennedy. 3 runs in now in this third. And there's a line drive into left field, and it's down in front of Wirtz. Second runner trying to score. It's thrown out. Kristofiak tries to get an extra run. 1 run will count as Wheatley scores. And the RBI single by Scheck.
A great throw and catch. Nice job of keeping focus, applying that tag. But the damage has been done.
You got to bunt. You got to get on. All right, you got to bunt. Amen. Hey, score. Here we go. Score. Let's go.
And if you're Fort Dodge, you can't get discouraged. Fort Dodge home team in this situation, plenty of time. Certainly very challenging to do it against the ace in the circle for the Cougars, Kaylin Kenny, who's been pretty untouchable so far.
And she looks fairly fast in slow motion. She's throwing some smoke out there, but she's been pretty tough so far this entire season. And here at the state tournament, she did give up her first runs of the season in the quarterfinals, but so far has been able to lock down her opponents and now has a 4-run cushion, Molly, and has to feel a lot more relaxed out there in the circle.
By my count, she's 4 or 5 strikeouts already for
4, I believe, yep.
Kenny. So see if the Dodgers can adjust once they get to the second time through the lineup.
7-8-9 due up for Fort Dodge. They did have a base runner in the first inning when Bennett reached, and she was hit by a pitch, but then caught stealing a couple pitches later by Spore. And the first 2 to Malia Lowry miss low.
Malia, the twin of Martina, second. Twins on both these squads, actually.
That's right.
The Scheck sisters, Kennedy, juniors.
Here's a bunt.
Oh, that's a great bunt.
Lowry gets it down right in front of home plate. And just far enough away that Spore couldn't quite get to it quickly.
Yep, and it just died. Not much spin on it at all, so it doesn't court foul. And maybe that's what Fort Dodge does. Maybe you go to some small ball, get this Kennedy defense thinking, keep them on their toes a little bit, try to apply some pressure.
It's a called strike on the pitch from Kinney.
Abby Spoor behind the plate, certainly showing that she is a tough catcher to run against.
Here's a bunt, and it's right through both Kinney and Gerber. And 2 infield singles here via the bunt for Fort Dodge.
Really nice back control by both of these Fort Dodge players. Great placement. That pitch is a little high, but she does a great job getting on top of it. Perfect placement. Several green jerseys were moving. She catches them in a precarious situation with nobody to track down the ball, but then nobody to cover first.
Time is called by Madison Leclerc.
We just put 4 runs on the board. Relax. Pick the ball up, throw it to one, and get out. If it's hit to you hard, let's go here. Hit to you, let's get the lead runner, okay? They're probably going to keep bunting. Stay in there. See the ball down, come get it. Let's go.
Sometimes softball is really simple.
Yep.
You're up 4 runs, field the ball and throw it to first. And in this situation, I mean, you can try to get a lead runner. A lot of softball to be played, but get out. Avoid a big inning.
First 2 runners aboard for Fort Dodge. Sophia Klinger, the number 9 batter, to the plate. 20+ hits on the season. And the top of the order in the on-deck circle in Jalen Adams. And Kinney hitting Klinger. Klinger taking her base, and now our home plate umpire, Dirk Sorensen, is calling for help. I don't think he saw contact.
I think he's not
with
certain
Klinger.
if it hit her, but she took off.
Okay, perfect. I just did. I just think it did. You got it. Perfect. Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. Yep. There.
Good.
We'll take another look here.
Good teamwork to confirm the call.
Felt it on the toe tops, perhaps.
Skimmed something. She sold it. So good for her.
Ed Murphy out between first and second. He would have had the angle for that one, and he was the one that you heard say, I was certain there was contact. So now Kinney in the circle trying to work out of a jam, and Jalen Adams, the leadoff for Fort Dodge at the plate. Slaps one foul.
For Fort Dodge, you just have to keep making contact. This Kennedy team haven't seen a lot of base runners, haven't seen a lot of runs scored, not put in a pressure situation all that often, won by a bunch yesterday. So put the ball in play, make this Kennedy defense work.
Another one fouled away by Adams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Talking to Coach Adams, says we are fast. We'd want to put pressure on the defense. She's also got a couple of kids that can drive in some runs. There's a grounder left side. Fielded by Wills. The throw over to first is in time. A run scores as Lowry crosses home.
That's a hard hit ball. Nice job by Adams getting behind in that count. Hits it hard. Allows her teammate to hustle home.
6 for 10.
Good job, Chloe.
Going to have a pinch runner here.
Thank you.
For Chloe Wirtz, the left fielder, and coming in is Ava Allstock, the freshman.
Great job by Chloe Wirtz to get that bunt down, to get on base, advance a runner after a bit of an injury out in the field. Good toughness.
And we'll see if Wirtz's finger injury, if she returns out to left field or if Allstock stays in the game. or if she's in just to run here in this situation. With 1 out, 2 runners aboard for Fort Dodge. Tori Bennett at the plate. Took one on the knee in her first at bat. Here's the grounder, the play at the plate. They need the tag. They got it. Gerber to Spore, and there's 2 away.
Great job. Definitely a situation. Base run, you got to try to slide around that tag with no force. Nice job by the catcher. Apply that tag. That's a bang, bang play. Nice focus there by 21, Abby.
Abby Spore will play softball at Luther. Showing her defensive prowess here on that play. 2 away now from Fort Dodge. Still 2 runners in scoring position as Klinger advanced to third and Bennett heads up base running. Made it to second base on that play at home.
Big opportunity for Doster. Gotta have a key hit.
Kristen Doster, a 2-run home run in the semifinals yesterday. Heading the count, 2 balls and a strike here. And it hit Doster in the batter's box. That is a foul ball. And the count goes 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Doster gets a piece. Both teams scoring their first runs here in this 3rd inning. Kennedy put all 4 on the board in the top of the 3rd. Fort Dodge getting their first 3 batters on base. Nice glove by Deputy at 3rd to end the threat and end the inning. 1 run on 2 hits for Fort Dodge. It's 4-1. Kennedy leading the Dodgers. Here's our 3rd inning recap. As Kennedy got things rolling, 2 runs scored on the Abby Spore hit. And then Fort Dodge would answer. Adams slaps it down the 3rd base line to score Lowry, and then some nice defensive plays by Kennedy to keep it from being any worse than what that bottom of the 3rd could have been for the Cougars. 4 runs on 6 hits for Kennedy. Fort Dodge 1 run on 2 hits, both hits coming in the 3rd. And that was out of the bottom of the order. 7, 8, 9 got things rolling there in that 3rd inning.
Well, and Doster with a little bit of bad luck there hits a great shot over to 3rd base. Very nice play by Regan Deputy. Will play at Wartburg this fall.
Here's a look at the crowd here at Harlan Rogers Park. Now, Fort Dodge during the regular season, Molly, had to limit their number of fans. Many schools across the state limited the number of fans. It was either a certain number of family members per player were allowed. There's a lot of pass lists. For Fort Dodge, they handed out tickets. They had 200 tickets for each game. And Coach Andy Adams says, I had grandmas that were fighting for tickets. I'm glad that we can get as many Fort Dodge softball fans into the park for our championship game and this entire state tournament.
Yeah, I think her quote, I think it was in the Fort Dodge Messenger, was something like, looking for a big crowd. Of course, I understand COVID, but wear your face mask or wrap a towel around your head and let's go. If you're not here tonight, Fort Dodge, you're going to hear from Coach Adams.
And there is a good crowd on hand here, and A called strike 3 as Jalen Adams, Coach Adams' daughter, it's a strikeout as Alyssa Martin goes down looking. Second strikeout for Adams. And gets ahead on the count as we're back to the top of the order. Abby Parker, leadoff double in the third, scored the first run of the game. Grounder right back to Adams. Easy throw over to Schnetzer, and there's 2 away.
Adams says Schnetzer. It's Parker.
Now, pitchers, they can get some nasty comebacks. That one's a nice little Sunday hop right back to Adams.
Well, both of these pitchers, very athletic, can play other positions, swing the bat well. You saw that last inning. Kinney, who's up to bat here, made that great slide at home. Just good athletes.
They continue. They pitch to Kaylin Kinney here in the 4th. She doubled in her first at-bat, was intentionally walked in her second at-bat. Fouled that one back.
She plays quite a bit of club softball as well.
And misses up high. Kind of interesting, too. Played some club during the high school season this year on the request to try and get her some more at-bats because she was getting walked so much. And goes down on strikes as Adams wins the battle. It's a 1-2-3 top of the 4th. We'll take a break. We'll be right back to Fort Dodge with 5A championship softball.
Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This Friday, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel Friday at 8 p.m. or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
The defender was fantastic, withheld the challenge, lots of strength.
Bury it with a defender right on her and Brown.
What a fatigue on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by Wee, and Brown coming in.
Friday evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
4-1 as the 3rd inning sparked the offenses for both top-seeded Fort Dodge and second-seeded Cedar Rapids Kennedy. We welcome you back to Fort Dodge. I'm Brad Wells. She's Molly Parrott. We've got our own cameras this year so we can maintain social distancing. Molly, that was a fun inning. We got the scoring roll in there as both teams showing some fantastic defense and that offensive ability.
We expected nothing but a great game, and I would love to be sitting closer to you, but in the interest of being appropriately social distanced.
Backhanded play by Kristofiak. The catch was completed by Gerber at first, and there's one away.
Solid defensive play out there, makes the throw from her knees. Kristofiak will play at Wayne State this fall.
It's Logan Schnetzer for the first out. Martina Lowry at the plate. Kristofiak, one of the many seniors on this Cedar Rapids Kennedy Cougars team. Kenny fires the strike. Lowry struck out swinging in her first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. Goes down swinging here in the 4th. And that is 5 strikeouts for Kaylin Kinney, the senior in the circle. Set to be a Nebraska Cornhusker next season. Now facing Haley Wills. There's the Fort Dodge third baseman. Struck out in the second as well. Thought about show and bunt. 1-1 is the count. Wills very athletic, a patient batter we saw in her first at bat. Also the #2 pitcher for Fort Dodge.
The last inning, she maybe thinks about show and bunt there. Last inning, we saw the Dodgers really go to that small ball. That's how they were able to generate a little bit of offense against the Kenny, who really, for the most part, prior to that, had just mowed them down. Got the defense moving.
Three balls, 1 strike. Wills thought she saw ball 4. Instead, Kinney gets the call, loads up the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Coach Adams instructing her to move up in that batter's box.
Grounder, left side, tough play for Martin. Just gets Wills at first. A 1-2-3 bottom of the 4th inning. As you see the nice play by Alyssa Martin. The toss to Gerber. And that is 4 complete. And we let you know that you can stay tuned for a 12-minute documentary about the founder of the Special Olympics, produced by Johnston High School students, Anjali Kumar and Ishan Chandani. One woman's vision. Eunice Kennedy Shriver's Race for Equality, 2020 National History Day award-winning documentary about her fight for equality. Throughout July, Iowa PBS has been highlighting people with disabilities as part of its Move to Include initiative, funded by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which sets the stage for greater inclusion of people with disabilities in public media. Stay tuned after this game for that. 4-1 is our score here in Fort Dodge. The first of 5 championship games that you will see here on Iowa PBS. The 4A championship game comes up after this 5A game at 7:30 tonight, the scheduled first pitch. And then 3A, 2A, and 1A all comes your way tomorrow. Starting in the afternoon, Maya Dodge launches one deep. It's a one-hopper to the fence. She's going around second, headed for third. The throw is in time, but the tag did not get down. Safe at third is Maya Dodge.
And that's a great throw on the relay, but she just gets underneath that tag. Love that aggressive base running. That was a bomb.
Maya Dodge, the junior center fielder, is getting some Division I looks. As you see, Wills thought she had the tag, but underneath it.
Yeah, that throw just a tad high.
So a leadoff triple for Maya Dodge. Spohr at the plate. Jalen Adams, just a sophomore in the circle for Fort Dodge too. That's something that you realize she's facing a lot of seniors on this Cedar Rapids Kennedy team. You got 2 more years of Jalen Adams with this Fort Dodge softball
this
team.
Fort Dodge team, just 2 seniors, and Schlotzhofer at first, the only one who start, so.
Caitlin Werning, also a senior on the softball team for Fort Dodge.
You hear a lot about the Dodgers still the next few years, certainly. But you're right. I mean, just a sophomore and facing just a brutal lineup.
Hard hit ball into left. The catch is made by Wirtz out in left, and the throw keeps Dodge at third. As that is Chloe Wirtz, the junior, back out in left field. So to the plate, Mary Kristofiak. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the third inning. Swings through, strike two. Adams just coming right at
it seems like
Cougar batters.
Seems like she's gaining confidence as this game continues.
Called strike three. Kristofiak down looking. Adams with her fourth strikeout. Right at the knees, outside corner. Good frame by Doster. 2 away. Keaton Gerber at the plate. Swings through, strike one.
Gerber, one of few youngsters in this lineup. As we've said, this Kennedy team, 7 seniors. Six of those seniors, like we've said, will play in college next year. It's hard to crack into this lineup.
Gerber showing good patience as well. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, I mean, she really went after that first pitch with a big cut, and she's been really patient since.
Grounder right side. It's stopped by Lowry, but nobody there to cover, and Maya Dodge will score as Kennedy adds a run here in the 5th inning. An RBI infield single for Keaton Gerber.
Lowry does a really nice job, shows her range. Just kind of tough luck there. Nobody there to cover the bag.
So Izzy Wright, designated player, is up. The senior. Throws it straight back. Izzy Wright to play at central. 1 for 2. Single in the 2nd. Ground out in the 3rd.
As we mentioned earlier, a lot of American Rivers Conference's connections. Madison Clare, head coach for Kennedy, played at Co.
Fly ball into right field. Malia Lowry underneath it, makes the catch. But an insurance run pushed across for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, and we'll step away for just a moment. We'll be back with more state championship softball right here on Iowa PBS.
AARP Iowa and Iowa PBS invite you to tune in to celebrate the fair.
Hey, guess what? I've got the key to the Iowa PBS archives room, and I'm gonna bust it wide open and show you almost 50 years of Iowa State Fair highlights. So plan to tune in August 10th through the 14th and relive the memories and the feel of that special State Fair excitement.
Hi, I'm Charity Nebby. Are you ready for some State Fair fun at home? Record the kids telling a joke or sketch some art with sidewalk chalk. Try your hand at butter sculpting, decorating an ugly cake, or crafting a decorative face mask. You can even show us your pet's greatest tricks or write a State Fair poem. Try one or try them all. Visit iowapbs.org/fair for details.
5-1. Cedar Rapids Kennedy getting that Cougar crowd fired up. Now back to a 4-run lead.
I would say Kennedy definitely outnumbered when it comes from a fan numbers perspective, but they are loud and proud.
Kaylin Kinney in the circle. Just continuing to work. She's got 5 strikeouts so far as we begin the bottom of the 5th inning. A 1-2-3 inning in both the both the 1st, 2nd, and the 4th inning. 7, 8, 9 due up though for Fort Dodge. This is the order that started the bases loaded with nobody out inning back in the 3rd.
And they did it with small ball.
Yep.
A couple of bunts early.
Grounder right side, Lowry digging, but the easy flip from Kristofiak to Gerber, and there's one away.
Makes contact, just a pretty easy play for Kristofiak over at second.
Chloe Wirtz fouls that one back. There's a single for her back in the 3rd as well. He was thrown out at home on the nice play by Gerber, the first baseman. Wirtz trying to get it started here in the 5th.
A couple of balls get away from Kinney here. It's interesting talking to Kaylin and her catcher, Abby Spore, been pitcher-catcher battery since 8th grade. Went to different schools growing up, but met. They've been pretty inseparable as a battery since then.
It's the swing and the miss. Strikeout number 6.
And Abby, the catcher, really doesn't go out and talk to Kaylin all that much. She said, really, do we just make eye contact? And we know that we're good. We know that we're on the same page.
You see Spore, the senior, and Coach Madison LeClaire. And there's Kinney pumping more strikes into the zone. Sophia Klinger at the plate. Junior center fielder. Trying to find a way on here with 2 outs in the 5th. Bunts it right back to Kinney to throw to first. Right on the money. 3 up, 3 down once again for Kinney and the Kennedy Cougars. They take a 5-1 lead into the 6th inning. And how did we get here? In case you're just tuning in, here is a look at our highlights. Kennedy got it going in the top of the 3rd inning. Abby Spore 2 runs in as Kaylin Kinney helping out Maya Dodge with some base running there. Dodge would later score on that hit. Another RBI by Keaton Gerber. And then a nice defensive play made for out number 3 for Dodge. Gets on the board. Jalen Adams drives in Malia Lowry. And Cedar Rapids Kennedy does get a run in the 5th inning as well as Keaton Gerber drives in Maya Dodge, a leadoff triple to start the 5th. 8-9-1 due up for Cedar Rapids Kennedy here in the 6th. Sam Scheck and Alyssa Martin will be the first 2 up. And Jalen Adams, we've been noticing, Molly, the last 2 innings, 3 up. Excuse me. She's been looking stronger lately here. Even with that leadoff triple last inning, she settled in and got 2 quick outs.
Well, Fort Dodge, looking at that line score and looking at those highlights, did a great job of answering in that 3rd inning, scratching 1 run across. But then Kennedy with the insurance running, with the pitcher, the caliber of Kaylin Kinney, to go down 4 runs. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's a big task. Fort Dodge will need to have some things fall their way.
Scheck fouls that away. No balls, 2 strikes. Scheck with a strikeout and an RBI single. That came in the 3rd, and there's the ground out to Schnetzer. Caught it right above the base. And there's 1 away.
Schnetzer would be put out on first, route number 1. That'll bring up shortstop Alyssa Martin.
So now Alyssa Martin to the plate, a ground out and a strikeout in her 2 at-bats. Schnetzer, the only senior on defense here for Fort Dodge. Martin swings through strike 1.
No plans to play softball next year, Alyssa Martin. Likely her last softball game. Wants to go out in style.
1 down. Nice play by Adams to get the out at first. 2 away to retire Martin. And top of the order now comes to the plate for Kennedy. Addie Parker comes up. She's 1 for 3 today. A double, scored a run in the 3rd inning. Led off that 3rd inning that plated 4 for Cedar Rapids Kennedy.
Coach Adams for Fort Dodge talked a lot about her team being fighters, being scrappy. They take a lot of pride in that.
Grounder to Wills, the throw across the diamond. A 1-2-3 6th inning for Adams and the Dodgers defensively. And we'll listen in here to the Dodgers.
You got to hit her. That's what you got to do.
Sometimes there's just not too much to it, Molly.
Well, Coach Adams, you could hear her say, you guys say something. You got to hit her. And probably easier said than done. Kaylin's had a really nice game in the circle, but as I was saying previously, toward the end of that inning, Coach Adams and this Dodgers squad, they talk about being a family. They've played together for a long time. They're scrappy. Even when, I would say, when Kennedy really got things going in that big 3rd inning, Fort Dodge didn't look rattled. Kennedy just came up with the hits that they needed, made the plays. We'll see if Fort Dodge can make it interesting here these last couple innings.
Well, and it is the top of the order here for Fort Dodge in this 6th inning. So if there is a time to have it, you want to do it with your top of the order to get it started. As Jalen Adams did drive in a run in the 3rd with her ground out.
Jalen getting a little pep talk from center fielder Sophia Klinger.
The top 2 teams in the state. Fort Dodge ranked number 1, 28-3 on the season. Cedar Rapids Kennedy ranked number 2, 25-1 on the year. Their only loss, a 12-1 defeat to the hands of Iowa City High. Kinney in the circle, though, unbeaten this year, 11-0. has only allowed 4 runs all season. 3 in the quarterfinals and 1 here in the championship game. Here is the 1-2. Adams trying to get it started for Fort Dodge. Stays alive. Kaylin Kinney, 6 strikeouts on the day. Good discipline by Adams to hold.
Kaylin Kinney continues to do a good job working at her own pace. We mentioned in the pregame sometimes she gets going a little too fast, according to her head coach, but when she keeps the tempo the way she wants it to roll, she's pretty unstoppable, definitely in control out there.
Strikeout number 7, and this one jammed up Adams right at the knees and just couldn't decide quick enough. Tori Bennett due up. Reached in the first inning, hit by pitch. Reached in the third on a fielder's choice. Talk about the duo of Kinney in the circle and Abby Spoor behind the plate for Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Well, Abby Spoor's mom, Julie, won a state softball title for Webster City back in the late 80s. Beat Charles City. That was back when there was just one state champ named each year. 1994, Iowa Girls Athletic Union went to 3 classes in 2004. Then moved to 4 classes in 2012. Moved to 5 classes.
Can't say enough about the great work by Jean Berger and the Iowa Girls Union team, doing a fantastic job of hosting this tournament despite a lot of challenges stacked against them due to the pandemic. So kudos to Jean and team. Such a great experience for these student athletes.
There we see Jean Berger.
Good look at Jean wearing that bright pink mask. Can always count on Jean sporting a lot of pink. I love it. Such a long-standing tradition for girls athletics in the state of Iowa, and Jean has really upped that in her tenure.
When you think about the fantastic athletes that have come out of the state of Iowa in multiple sports, not just softball. You see Kinney here, who's going into Nebraska, but you've got softball players already in the Big Ten. You've got basketball players in some of the major conferences. And a lot of depth as well. I mean, filling up Division II, Division III rosters.
Well, and so many talk about the experience of playing in a state tournament or a state track meet and just the pomp and circumstance involved. It's not like this in every state, that's for sure.
Able to celebrate the achievements of these young ladies, and it's been fun to hear, and we heard it from many teams, but the amount of work that these kids put in during the month of April and May, Molly, when everybody was on lockdown, they had to find a way to do workouts either on their own, or some would get together with 1 or 2 other teammates to do a small group workout. Just the dedication and work ethic that they learned from that, and that's something they can carry with them for the rest of their life.
Just a time of so much uncertainty. I think softball has been a nice escape from reality to some extent. And Tristan Doster trying to get things going for her Fort Dodge squad here. Try to get something going.
Doster, one of the players for Fort Dodge, has said we got some extra workouts going. Did a lot of work individually. Doster, we talked to her yesterday after the semifinal win. She said, I never doubted we were going to have a season. She was keeping the faith, keeping a positive mind, and she's got A runner aboard for Fort Dodge. A nice disciplined at-bat here with 2 outs in the 6th inning, and Logan Schnetzer to the plate.
It's Logan Schnetzer. If there's anybody that you want in the plate in this situation to try to drive in a couple of runs, she might be the one. Big home run hitter throughout her career. Hasn't had a lot of luck so far today against Kinney, but it only takes 1 pitch.
Set the school record of home runs in a season last year as a junior with 14. She's also the career home run record holder, has 35 in her career. Had 9 coming into the state tournament. Trying to put a good swing into this one. Seeing her Dodgers trailing by 4. Here's the 1-2.
Good discipline to lay off that. You know she wants a piece of this. Coach Adams said, you know, I think Logan's been putting a little pressure on herself. Has high expectations. She's kind of like the mama bear of this team.
Dropped by Gerber, able to pick it up and step on first. So 5-1 is our score, and let's take a look at the good crowd that's on hand here in Fort Dodge for this 5A championship game. Some Dodgers fans. Even out in the outfield, all the stands filled. Everybody's gotten used to bringing folding chairs to high school softball games this year, and that continues here at the state tournament. A chance to social distance and do what you can as best you can. There's a lot of people in here today. We are. We've got some marked off areas for us. Everybody else doing what they can to try and get a view of this championship game. History about to be made as Fort Dodge and Cedar Rapids Kennedy. See, we've got six feet between us. But both these teams, Molly, working for their first championship game. Now we're on camera here. We've got both teams looking for their first state title, and that's just a special thing to try and bring to your school to get to this championship game. First of all, is special enough as you think of Fort Dodge down 4 runs, such a young team. Kennedy, many seniors on this squad, trying to close out the careers of all 8 seniors with a title, and both have left it out on the field here today.
A lot of talent on these teams. 2 great coaches who are terrific role models for the young ladies on their respective teams. Both played college softball at a high level. Both teach at their respective high schools. So great relationships between these student athletes and coaches LeClaire and Adams.
Kaylin Kinney is senior at the plate. A double, a walk, and a strikeout in her 3 appearances. We'll see if Adams tries to challenge her here in this at-bat in the top of the 7th inning.
You can tell Kaylin's played a lot of softball at a high level. Doesn't play other sports, just plays a lot of club ball in the spring and in the fall. Even doing some club ball this summer. And she's not just a pitcher, she can play in the infield a little bit. We saw her doing a really nice job on the base pass, that excellent slide at home. She has a bright future ahead down in Lincoln.
This season, she would normally pitch the opener, and then Jamie Scheck, the junior pitcher, would pitch the second game of the doubleheader, and she'll get a courtesy runner here. And in the run is Addie Albert.
Addie Albert got a left wrist taped up pretty well, had an injury during the season, so only able to pinch run at this point.
It was right at the end of the regular season, right before regionals started. She was a kid that played right field as the backup catcher. She was hitting 500, starting in right field, broke her thumb in practice right before the postseason.
You can see that cast is pretty well taped up, but it's nice that she can still see a little bit of action here in the state tournament.
It'd be hard to use a glove with that on your left hand. Just
Kennedy Green,
freshman.
that cast.
Maya Dodge, a nice battle. 2 walks and a triple today for her. Maya Dodge, you mentioned it earlier, but just joined the team this spring. The family moved into the school district and she got transferred in before the end of the year. Has played club ball with the Scheck sisters. Goes down on strikes. Strikeout number 5 for sophomore pitcher Jalen Adams. And there's one away.
Jalen Adams continues to bring it. Can't lay off that high heat.
Abby Spoor gets around on that one. Fouls it pretty much straight over the dugout towards the parking lot. I know that's media parking out there, Molly. Not sure if he was aiming for one of our vehicles, but it had the distance. Spoor driving in 2 runs in the 3rd inning. And takes one on the arm. And there's 2 aboard. The right arm. That backside, those can sting a little bit. Courtesy runner Lexi Wheatley back out to run for Spoor. She also ran in the 3rd inning. So Mary Kristofiak to the plate.
We saw Kennedy out on a couple insurance runs yesterday in semifinal action.
Kristofiak set to play college ball at Wayne State College. He's 0 for 3 here this evening. Reached base safely in the 3rd on a fielder's choice. And ahead in the count now, 2-1. Adams paints that inside corner. Swings through, strike 3. Down on strikes for the 2nd time today. That's number 6 for pitcher Jalen Adams. 2 out, 2 aboard for Keaton Gerber. And Gerber having a good day at the plate. She's 2 for 3. The single in the 2nd, an RBI single in the 5th. Sure, Coach LeClaire wouldn't mind an insurance run or 2 with another base hit from Gerber for Cedar Rapids Kennedy.
Kennedy, they do such a great job of giving themselves a chance to score every inning.
Gerber, a strong cut. Following that one straight back. There's just no weak spots in this Cougars order.
Yep, we're good, we're good.
Fouled straight back into the mask of Dirk Sorensen. And Tristan Doster right away. Make sure home plate ump was all right.
Thank you.
She needs one more strike call. No one misses upstairs. Grounder left side. Bennett, the flip to second, not in time. Coming around third to score. And Doster tags out Alber. And out at home. There's the flip, not in time. Heads up play by Lowry to fire it home. Let's listen into the Fort Dodge huddle here.
As much as you can, bug the ball, get on, do what you can. Right now, they got you right here. What do you got? What do you got? I want to see what you got. Let's go.
Here we go, here we go.
So bottom of the seventh, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy 3 outs away from a state title. Fort Dodge needs 4 to keep playing. 5 runs this inning would earn them the school's first ever softball championship.
Dodger head coach Andy Adams hoping maybe that little bit of momentum, nice play defensively, can add a little momentum for them on the offensive side. She challenges her team, says, show me what you got. You got a chance here. Scrappy team. She talks about how these, of course, she has a daughter of her own on the team, but the rest of these teams are like her daughters, and doesn't take it easy though. She says, show me what you can do. Bunt, hit, let's make something happen.
She likes to talk about the toughness of her Fort Dodge team, and Molly, I think it's pretty safe to say that they get a lot of that toughness from working with Coach Andy Adams. Martina Lowry, 2 strikeouts on the day, trying to bunt her way on here in the 7th. Fort Dodge needs a big inning as they face Kaylin Kinney. Pops that up and over the Kennedy dugout. Facing a tough pitcher. Kinney's allowed just 4 runs all season, including this one in this championship game that came back in the 3rd inning. She's headed to Nebraska to play college softball after this season.
Head coach Madison LeClaire trying to help bring the title back to Kennedy in her 4th season. She's been with this program since 2011. When she was a student athlete at Co, she was helping out in the summers as an assistant coach. And was able to take over eventually. Done a really nice job developing this group of seniors for the Cougars.
2017, they finished 3rd at state. First year for Coach LeClaire. Last year, they lost both their games here in 2019. Remember, they did have that injury that shuffled their lineup around a little bit. Lost to Iowa City High, and they lost to Fort Dodge 8-0 here at the state tournament. Trying to come all the way back for a championship, making their first appearance in the title game. Just missing low on the off-speed pitch. Martina Lowry had a similar at-bat where she was just tough, relentless, forced a lot of different pitches. overall for Fort Dodge, their 15th trip to the state tournament. Lowry continues to battle. Cedar Rapids Kennedy, just their 5th state tournament appearance in school history, and trying to become the first Cedar Rapids area school of Cedar Rapids to win it since 1998 when Cedar Rapids Jefferson won a title.
Kenny with the off speed. Lowry, great job just getting a little off balance. Gets enough of it to foul it back.
Kaylin Kinney, too. We haven't even mentioned it in the circle here. The 2-2 continues to battle. But Molly, she's a type 1 diabetic, and she's had times where she's gone low at times. But something that she's learned to manage. She's got a monitor on the back of her left arm. Every few innings, checks with the assistant coaches. Has been dealing with type 1 diabetes since she was 10 years old. And there's a called strike 3. Strikeout.
A great at-bat by
Number
Lowry. 9. Nice job by the catcher Spore to bring that one up a little bit.
9 strikeouts now for Kinney. Haley Wills at the plate for Fort Dodge.
You mentioned those the health challenges that Kaylin has with diabetes. She said, I'm a little stubborn about it sometimes, but I've learned how to manage.
She said it's made her a stronger person and really helped her mature. She said, even when I was younger, just having to take it seriously really helped me mature as a person. Facing a little bit of adversity through that. Would love to win a state title. Here's the 0-2 upstairs on Wills. Wills a strikeout and a ground out today.
Fort Dodge going to battle here in the 7th. Couple of good at-bats.
The 1-2. Wills continues to fight. Haley Wills, very athletic, fantastic defender at third. Fouls that one straight back. Give these Fort Dodge batters some credit. They have made Kinney earn every out in this game.
And even when she has a bunch of strikeouts, but they've made her work. Fighting off pitches.
Wills, the sophomore, continues to battle at the plate. Head coach Madison LeClaire in her 4th season. 132 wins. It's 19 losses. check the swing. They say she did not go. Wills stays alive. Coach Adams at third asking Wills to win it. Here's the 3-2. Strikeout number 10. Back-to-back really good battles in this 7th inning. Both result in Kinney strikeouts.
Thank you.
So
See a little lineup change here.
2 away, and number 36, Olivia Herring, into right field. A senior utility player entering this state championship softball game here in the 7th inning.
Nice for the senior to get in the game.
Malia Lowry at the plate. A single in the 3rd, a ground out in the 5th. Trying to get it started in the 7th. And Cedar Rapids Kennedy 1 out away from winning this 5A title game.
Well, if Fort Dodge is unable to make a really impressive comeback here, fully expect them to be right back in this position a year from now.
Drive into left field, out of the reach of Parker. And Malia Lowry, a 2-out single, out to left center.
Love the fight out of Lowry. Make something happen here with 2 outs. Not going to go down. Not going to quit.
So Chloe Wirtz to the plate. Swings through strike 1. The throw back to first. Not in time. Lowry gets back safely.
Abby Sporer behind the plate. She thought she had her.
Gerber was ready for her, too. Fouled back, and Kinney ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
Kinney will keep this out of the zone here, way up in the count. Down to their last out for the Dodgers.
There's the 0-2. There's the throw down to first, and Lowry able to take second base. Got that extra lead and was waiting for the throw from Sporer. That time advanced.
A little bit of a delayed steal there. Lowry with that big jump, taking a risk. If you're Kennedy in this situation, the runner on second doesn't matter. The batter, in fact, doesn't matter. Wherever you can get an out, get an out. Up 4 runs. 1 out remaining.
Kinney in the circle, Wirtz at the plate. The 1-2 down in the dirt. The throw down to third. Out at third is Lowry, and Cedar Rapids Kennedy wins the 2020 state championship. Well, the 7 seniors for Cedar Rapids Kennedy finish their careers on top of the 5A field. And they take down the top-seeded and home team, Fort Dodge, 5-1 in a fantastic softball game.
Well, we knew we had a good game ahead of us when the evening started. Number 1 versus number 2, couldn't ask for more. Pretty good steal there, or excuse me, a slide there by Lowry, but a great throw by Spohr. Great application of the tag. Kind of a strange way to end a championship game, but
from Fort Dodge, Haley Wills. From Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, Sam Scheck. From Fort Dodge, Martina Lowry. From West Des Moines Valley, Alex Hunold. From Ankeny Centennial, Taylor Runchi. From Ankeny Centennial, Ella Schultz. And our next awardee is not present. Olivia Harmon from Muscatine. Nice round of applause for her. From Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, Maya Dodge. From Fort Dodge, Jalen Adams. And your Class 5A All-Tournament team captain from Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, Kaylin Kinney.
Ten strikeouts in the championship game certainly earns Kinney the captain. There's a look at your all-tournament team. Dodge, Spohr, and Scheck from Kennedy, and Adams, Martina Lowry, and Wills for Fort Dodge. And all those ladies playing so well down here this week, both at the plate and in the field.
not a surprise to see Kaylin Kinney with the all-tournament captain honors. Just
in addition
played a great week of softball.
Medallions, every participating player will receive a commemorative softball provided by Iowa Farm Bureau, title sponsor of the Girls Athletic Union. Presenting awards are members of the IGHSAU Board of Directors: Deanne Kramer, Jim Beamer, Travis Fleshner, Greg Ebling, and Roger Francis. Congratulations to the runners-up in Class 5A, head coach Andy Adams and the Fort Dodge Dodgers. Congratulations on an outstanding 2020 softball season. And your 2020 Class 5A state softball champions, head coach Madison Leclerc and the Cougars from Cedar Rapids, Kennedy.
The first softball championship for Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, and Molly Kinney, fantastic in the circle, and then the bats just came through throughout the day.
Well, we expected both of those things. Kinney, great pitcher, and very potent offense for the Cougars. We fully expect the Dodgers to be back. Coach Adams, great job congrats on a great season. That's a young squad for Fort Dodge. A lot of bright days ahead.
Allowed just 1 run on 3 hits. Struck out 10, walked just 1. Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Kaylin Kinney, your 5A state champions. We've got the 4A state title game coming up. Don't go anywhere. Keep it all right here to Iowa PBS Sports. Kennedy wins the 5A crown. More to come here from Fort Dodge.
Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community.
The sun is slowly setting on this opening night of championship softball action from Fort Dodge, Iowa at Harlan Rogers Park. We welcome you to the 4A championship game, the 2020 state softball season, as we have the top-seeded Carlisle Wildcats, 20-3 overall, taking on the Winterset Huskies, the 7th seed, who have been the underdogs in every single game here at the state tournament. She's Molly Parrott. I am Brad Wells. Welcome. And Molly, we saw some exciting softball from these two 4A semifinal winners yesterday, and this looks to be like a really fun matchup with Carlisle ready to run and Winterset just so solid all over.
Well, Carlisle, the returning state champs, they've had that target on their backs all season long. Winterset, though, they are playing their best ball at the right time.
Let's take a look at the Huskies as they come into this state tournament championship game, 16-7. This is their 10th trip to state as a school, but a very young team with just one senior. And you have a freshman at shortstop in Jenna Young. Hits a team best .581, also has 9 home runs. That's the most of any freshman in the state this summer. As we take a look at the Carlisle Wildcats, the defending 4A champions, this is their 18th trip to state. And they have 6 starters back from last year's title team and are a senior-dominated squad. Regular season wins over 5 other state qualifiers. They challenge themselves with a 5A schedule as well. Let's send it up to Tim Fitzpatrick, tonight's public address announcer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union recognizes pitchers that have achieved 100 victories for their high school softball career. 3 pitchers reached the 100 victory plateau during the 2019 season. Here to present today's honorees with their 100-game plaques is IGHSAU Executive Director Gene Berger. Tonight's first honoree pitched Central Springs to 5 state tournament appearances, including a 4th place finish in Class 2A in 2018. She finished her career with 1,000 career strikeouts, and her record of 142 wins and 31 losses ranks in the top 100 in career victories. Congratulations to Hannah Ossenhus from Central Springs High School. Our next honoree pitched 5 seasons at Trainer High School. She helped the Cardinals reach the 2019 Class 3A state tournament, where she collected her 100th career victory in her final appearance in a Cardinal uniform. She's continued her career at Central College. From Trainer with a record of 100 wins and 20 losses, Sydney Huseman. Our final honoree led Waterloo Columbus Catholic to its first ever state tournament appearances. She pitched the Sailors to 3 consecutive state tournaments, including a 3rd place finish in Class 3A in 2019. She's continued her softball career at North Iowa Area Community College. With a record of 121 and 23, welcome Kayla Sproul from Waterloo Columbus Catholic. Congratulations to our 100-game winners from the 2019 softball season, Hannah Ossenhus from Central Springs, Sydney Huseman from Trainer, and Kayla Sproul from Waterloo Columbus Catholic. ...2020 marks the 39th year that the greatest high school softball players in Iowa have been inducted into the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union's Softball Hall of Fame. Today, 4 more of the state's greats join 125 of their peers as this year's Hall of Fame inductees. Presenting this year's Hall of Fame award, representing the Iowa Farm Bureau, is Brent Johnson. Today's first inductee is Jody Christensen of North Polk. Jody pitched for North Polk from 1995 to 1999, compiling an impressive career record of 152 wins with just 53 losses. Jody earned first-team All-State honors twice and helped North Polk reach the state tournament 4 times. She earned a spot on the 1999 All-Tournament team after pitching North Polk to a third-place finish at the 1A state tournament. Jody went on to pitch at Waldorf and won 29 games in 2 seasons, helping the team place 3rd at the Junior College Division II National Championships. Jody graduated from Iowa State in 2003 and works for Collins Aerospace in Cedar Rapids. She and her fiancé and 4 children reside in Van Horn. Welcome to the Hall of Fame from North Polk High School, Jody Christensen. Tonight's second inductee played for legendary coach Larry Niemeyer at Cedar Rapids Jefferson from 1993 through 1997. She was a 5-year starter for the Jayhawks and was a 2-time first-team All-State selection. In 1997, she batted .460 with 32 RBIs to help lead Cedar Rapids Jefferson to the Class 3A state championship. She took her talents to the University of Iowa. There, she lettered all 4 years for the Hawkeyes and was a member of the 2001 softball team that reached the College Softball World Series. She coached softball at Cedar Rapids Prairie High School last year, and then this fall was named as a volunteer assistant coach for the University of Iowa softball team. Let's welcome her back to Rogers Park from Cedar Rapids Jefferson, Erin Dowd Johnson. Our next honoree started at Clear Creek, Amana, where she was a key cog in one of the top offensive machines in the history of Iowa high school softball. She earned first-team All-State honors 3 times for the Clippers and played on 2 state championship teams in 2009 and 2011. She was a Class 3A Player of the Year in 2011 when she hit .625 with a state-best 85 RBIs as Clear Creek Amana completed the first unbeaten softball season in 44 years in Iowa high school softball. A 2-time All-Tournament team selection, she enjoyed similar success at the University of Northern Iowa. She started all 208 games she played in for the Panthers. She began her UNI career as the Missouri Valley Conference Newcomer of the Year and earned first-team All-Conference honors in 2016. She entered her Northern Iowa career as the school's all-time leader in doubles. Her softball prowess has transitioned into the coaching profession. After a stint as a graduate assistant at Augustana in South Dakota, she's now in her 3rd season as an assistant softball coach at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome one of Iowa's top hitters to the Iowa High School Softball Hall of Fame from Clear Creek, Amana, Caitlin Winnick. Our final inductee follows the great Penny Cope as the second Carlisle Wildcat to be inducted into the IGHSAU Softball Hall of Fame. She played for the Wildcats from 2006 through 2010. A 5-year starter, she collected a career record of 140 wins with just 22 losses in the pitching circle, while owning a career batting average of .509. A 4-year first-team All-State selection, she twice earned Elite All-State status. She led Carlisle to 3 state tournaments and was named to 2 All-Tournament teams. As a senior, she recorded a 32-2 record with a 0.62 ERA. She batted .487 as Carlisle won the 2010 Class 3A state championship. She went on to enjoy a stellar career at Drake University. She owns the Drake record for career starts and was twice named first-team All-Missouri Valley Conference. She's gone on to coach college softball at AIB, Illinois, Chicago, and Northern Kentucky. She served as an assistant coach this summer at Ankeny Centennial High School, helping the Jaguars finish 3rd in the school's first ever state tournament appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IGHSAU Softball Hall of Fame from Carlisle, Jordan Gronewald. Ladies and gentlemen, the IGHSAU Softball Hall of Fame Class of 2020. From North Polk, Jody Christensen. Aaron Dowd of Cedar Rapids Jefferson, Caitlin Winnick of Clear Creek Amana, and Jordan Gronwald from Carlisle. Congratulations.
Carlisle hoping to capture some of that Jordan Grunewald magic, getting inducted into the fame as we get set here for the 4A championship game, as the festivities will now step aside for some state championship softball. Carlisle and Winterset, the 1 seed against the 7 seed, coming up here in the 4A championship game.
Had a great 5A game in our opener. Expect nothing less in this 4A contest. Still a great crowd here at Rogers Park.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and softball fans. Welcome to Rogers Sports Complex and this 4A championship game between the visiting team, the Winterset Huskies, and the home team, the Carlisle Wildcats. Let's first of all meet the non-starters and the assistant coaches for the Winterset Huskies. Number 2, Avery Darling. Number 3, Delaney Osborne. Number 10, Lainey Renfrew. Number 15, Allie Soderberg. Number 24, Summer Little. Number 25, Molly Breeding. Number 28, Jaya Claymeyer. And 33, Lily Applegate. Your assistant coaches, Jennifer Devine, Carly Olsett, and Taylor Benshoff. Now here are your starters. For the Winterset Huskies, leading off and playing shortstop, number 4, Jenna Young. Batting second in right field, number 12, Natalie Drake. Batting third and doing the catching, number 22, Bridget Stover. Cleanup hitter for the Huskies at first base, number 5, Ava Loudon. Batting fifth at second base, number 8, Lauren Carter. Batting sixth, the designated player, number 20, Jessie Nicholson. Batting seventh at third base, number 14, Bailey Ecton. Batting eighth in center field, number 19, Riley Caius. And batting in the ninth position, the pitcher, number 9, Thea Banning. And your flex player playing in left field, number 6, Abby Benshoff. Head coach for the Winterset Huskies, Steve Corcoran. Now let's meet your non-starters and assistant coaches for the home team from Carlisle. 00, Lexi Link. Number 1, Isabel Noring. Number 4, Lauren McGriff. Number 5, Tatum Weifenbach. Number 7, Riley Sievers. Number 21, Sarah Watchell. Number 24, Kaylee Parson. Number 25, Katie Keeney. Number 29, Kaylin Fernal. Number 31, Ashley Hyde. Number 40, Anna Olson. Number 50, Taylor Lee. And Cassie Lee. Your assistant coaches, Lee Brecht, Justin Flaws, Jay Flaws, Jordan Flaws, Lauren Cruz, Haley Wright, and Gabby Stadhorst. Now, here's your starting lineup for the Carlisle Wildcats. Leading off and doing the catching, number 23, Kennedy Preston. Batting second in center field, number 26, Aubrey Fernal. Batting third at first base, number 20, Meredith Hoffman. Cleanup hitter for the Wildcats at third base, number 36, Kennedy Prentisil. Batting fifth in right field, number 17, Delaney Schnothorst. Batting 6th, the designated player, number 10, Lainey Schick. Batting 7th at shortstop, number 15, Reagan Rolling. Batting 8th at second base, number 8, Ashlyn Williams. Batting 9th and doing the pitching, number 3, Molly Hoekstra. Your flex player in left field, number 22, Morgan Lose. Head coach for the Carlisle Wildcats, Jim Flaws. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our home plate area. The umpiring crew for this 4A championship game as assigned by the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. At first base, Tom Berger. At third base, Joe Heavenhill. And calling the balls and strikes this evening, Roger Menke. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for state championship softball?
All right, we get things started with Carlisle in the field. Winner set at the plate. Let's take a look at the defense for the 20-3 Carlisle Wildcats. Along that outfield, left to right, senior, junior, senior in Lose, Fernal, and Snothurst. And on the infield, Preston Hill, the senior, at third, next to a freshman, Reagan Rolling. Ashley Williams, a senior, at second. Hoffman, also a senior, at first. Preston behind the plate, a senior, and catching her fellow classmate, Molly Hoekstra, in the circle. 70-plus strikeouts on the season. 1.48 ERA as Carlisle gathers their defenders, and it's ready to begin this 2024 championship game. As there we see Hoekstra, 15-1 on the season, 1.48 ERA. 94 innings, has sat down 72 via the strikeout. And she'll be facing a winner set lineup that starts with a punch at the very top as Jenny Young, the freshman shortstop, get things going. Here is the order. It is Young, Drake, Stover, and Loudon. The powerful top four: Carter, Nicholson, Acton, Caius, and that's Thea Banning in that final spot that will be hitting for winner set. And let's take a look now, Molly, at our keys to the game. Let's begin with these winner set Huskies, the 7 seed, trying to pull their third upset of the week.
Well, they're playing their best softball at the right time. Just cruise through regional play, and they have to keep their composure on the defensive end. This is a Carlisle team that'll play a lot of small ball. Going to put some pressure on this young Winterset defense.
How about for this Carlisle Wildcats team?
Well, like I said, they really want to execute offensively, find ways to score. They have to handle the pressure. They're expected to be here. They're expected to defend their crown.
Preseason #1, and Winterset gets it started. Jenna Young drives it right back up the middle for a first pitch leadoff single.
Well, Jenna Young wastes no time. Not a surprise, really. Very good youngster out at shortstop. Very good basketball player. Just a fantastic young athlete for the Huskies.
Natalie Drake, the right fielder, digs in. And will face Hoekstra. 380 batter, a couple of home runs this season. 18 driven in. Swings at the second pitch. Drake with a couple of sacrifices this season as well. Both teams really tough. Try and put pressure on their opponent. And then stick to the fundamentals for the most part.
Yeah, and I think we could see some runs in this game. A couple of really nice offensive lineups. Do things a little differently as far as style of play offensively, but Can both really score runs.
Drake looks at a pitch upstairs, 3 balls, 1 strike here after Young stands at first with her leadoff single. Ball 4 sends Drake down the line and Young up to second. First 2 batters aboard for Winterset here in the top of the first. Bridget Stover, the catcher, now comes to the plate. The sophomore was 2 for 2 in the semifinals with an RBI double in the first inning.
Winterset and very familiar foe to them, Dallas Center Grime. Very competitive game in semifinal action. Both teams left a bunch of runners stranded.
That gets away from Preston and Young down to third. Drake gets to second. And an early visit from Carlisle head coach Jim Flaws in his 38th season, 35th with Carlisle.
Automatic fault. They saw that they came in.
Check. First to home. We'll get this, girl. Okay, slow down, relax. This is our tempo. Team 1, 2, 3. Thank you, sir.
Reminds this team to play our tempo. You can tell Winterset trying to speed things up a little bit. Young setting that table. Aggressive from the very first pitch. She attacks. This young Winterset Husky squad, they don't want to be told that they don't belong here. Head coach told us yesterday, Steve Corcoran for Winterset, you know, the goal is to get to state, but now that we're here, we just keep winning, so keep it rolling.
Grounder by Stover up the middle. The throw to first is in time, but Young able to score from home as Stover drives in a run. Throw from Rolling over to Hoffman, and then Hoffman's relay.
Good read there by Young. When that throw went to one, she was taken off. Defense didn't check the runner. She was about halfway home when that ball was released.
Drake still stands at second. This is Ava Loudon at the plate. Loudon, a junior first baseman. A 2-run home run in the quarterfinals. Has had a fun state tournament. Chopper to the third baseman, Prentice Sill. The throw across the diamond, and it keeps Drake at second base. And there's 2 away. So Lauren Carter now to the plate. Facing Hoekstra, the senior. Gave up a single and a walk to the first 2 batters, but settling in, getting a couple of ground outs. Carter smacks it into right center. Winterset trying to add another run, and they will as it gets away from Snothorst out and right. Natalie Drake scores on the Lauren Carter single to right. 2-0 here in the first.
Well, coming into this game, we expected these teams to score some runs. The Winterset with quite a statement here in the top of the first, Brad.
Jesse Nicholson, the senior, designated player, the only senior on this Winterset team, digging in, ready to make her mark. One's up and inside. 2-0 the count on Nicholson. Coach Corcoran says Nicholson is great at sitting on the off-speed stuff. Sees that one catch the outside corner. Plans to go to Grandview next year. Focus on academics. Here's the 2-1. Chops that one foul into the Carlisle stands.
No. What are we doing?
And the fans throw it back into the field of play, and they roll it over to the dugout for some sanitization.
Umpire says, no. Have you not been paying attention? We don't just throw the ball back on the field.
Pop fly, tough spot on the infield, off the glove of Hoekstra. As rolling the shortstop was giving chase. Hoekstra backed up. It was right on the back side of the circle, I think, Molly, when it came down.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot for your pitcher to come off her motion and drop step back. I'd like to see one of those middle infielders come help her out. Second base playing pretty deep. Kind of a tough spot.
So that will go down as an error on Hoekstra. This is Bailey Acton, the third baseman, just a freshman. Scored a run in the quarterfinal round game. It's 2:55. Chops that one foul straight back. Winterset with 2 runs in here in the top of the first inning. Carter stands at second, Nicholson at first. Two hits, a walk, and an error have turned into 2 runs so far for Winterset. Acton looks at that one inside. Blown away, nice scoop by Preston behind the dish. Preston, the catcher for Carlisle, will play softball at Indian Hills. She'll be the leadoff batter for Carlisle in the bottom of this first inning. Grounder, Prentice-Hill, over to Hoffman. 2 runs in for Winterset as the Wildcats give up 2 hits and an error. It's the Huskies with the early lead. The Wildcats due up here in the bottom of the first.
How are we doing tonight?
All right, let's flip the page, go to the Winterset Huskies defense. And a very young team across the board in the outfield. Ben Schaff, a junior, Caius, a sophomore, Drake, a junior. Across the infield, left side, Acton and Young, both freshmen. Carter, a sophomore. Ava Loudon at first is a junior. Behind the plate, Bridget Stover, just a sophomore, and she has a classmate in Thea Banning, just a sophomore in the circle. As Thea Banning, number 9, has pitched all but 11 innings of this Winterset season. 16-6 overall, 124 strikeouts. Here's the batting order now for the Carlisle Wildcats. Preston, Bernal, Hoffman, Prentice-Hill, Snathorst, Schick, Rowling, Williams, Hoekstra. As we get it started, Kennedy Preston, the catcher, digs in. As Banning able to settle in that circle in the first inning with a 2-run lead. Faces a Carlisle Wildcats team that likes to put pressure on the defense, likes to run. There's no problem playing small ball. One of the rules for Carlisle softball, if you're going to play, you have to be able to bunt.
Well, and 5 of the first 6 batters for the Wildcats are seniors. So you know that they want to respond and respond appropriately. Down 2. Now this team's not going to panic. They were down yesterday 3-0 in semifinal action. It didn't matter. They stayed up. They were enthusiastic in the dugout. Came right back and ended up winning by a sizable margin.
A hard hit Ball to right, and it drops. Drake unable to hold on to it. And Preston is aboard.
Time's out.
There's a look right in front, kind of right below the knees, and that's going to go down as an error. And Preston, the catcher, can get a courtesy runner. And in for Carlisle is Isabel Noring. So Noring in to run at first. Abby Fernal at the plate.
Noring definitely a threat to steal over there at first. Keep an eye on that. Carlisle wants to manufacture runs. They want to score in the first inning.
And Aubrey here at the plate, 4 for 4 yesterday in the semis. Slaps one left field, and it is foul. And Coach Flaws thought it landed right on the line. He had a good angle of it. Tough run for Roger Mankey, but came out from behind the plate, called it clearly, saw it go foul. Fernal at the plate. Here's the 1-2. Slaps it left side. Acton, the freshman at third, makes the throw across the diamond to get the out at first.
That's a nice play over at third against the speedy Fernal. Nice job. Fernal's got wheels. It's a nice play.
So in steps in Meredith Hoffman. Shows bunt, backs it off. The senior first baseman, a 3-run home run to right center yesterday in the semifinal win over North Scott. Was part of a 7-run 4th inning for Carlisle. Talking with her, a good head on her shoulders, says it's a blessing to even have a season. She said, we're ready for Thursdays. Thursday will be my last softball game of my career. Plans to play volleyball at Morningside. Stands 6'2". Slaps it into right field, just over the glove of Carter at second. Around third, coming home to score is Noring, and Carlisle puts a run on the board here in the first.
Well, we expected some fireworks in this game. Both teams very good offensively. Was not going to be a play at the plate. Noring has those wheels. She scored over 20 runs on the season.
7 for 20.
Right. Re-enter now or wait?
No, you got to do it later.
So Riley Sievers in to run for Hoffman. And you heard Coach ask if he can re-enter now, and he will re-enter Hoffman at the end of this inning. So pinch runner, Riley Sievers, just a freshman, on the bases. A few freshmen work into this upperclassman Carlisle team. Fly ball high and back out of play by Kennedy Prentice-Sill. And Carlisle tradition, every foul ball run down to first base, touch the base, and then come back, grab your bat, continue your at-bat as we make the trip down to first once again.
And if we have some of the lengthy at-bats that we had in that first game between Kinney and a number of Fort Dodge Dodgers, we're going to be here well into the evening, Brad.
Well, now there is a tie to this jog down to first with this team, and it may, but I've been told that it does not lengthen the time of the game. There's a ground ball into left field. Benshoff throws it in. Carlisle with 2 aboard. Prentice-Sill is aboard. 2 base hits here in this first inning. Carlisle not done just yet. One away, Delaney Schnothurst to the plate. It's Thea Banning. Relaxed and calm out in that circle for Winterset. And this one is foul. So getting back to our foul ball here. Here's our current tie. Kaylin and Aubrey Fernal. Their mom, Candy Herb Fernal, played softball at Carlisle late 80s. She's the reason that these teams run down to first. There was a play, it was a foul ball, hit a rock, ended up rolling back fair. And I hate to call Candy out, but got thrown out. So now every foul ball, the batter has to run all the way down to first base.
Thanks, Mom.
Yes. Got the on-deck batter always picking up the bat, making sure that everybody stays involved in the game. Here's the 0-2 to Schnothurst. Slaps left side. Acton lets it roll foul. And Molly, you thought we were going to have a lot of action here in this 4A game. First inning, we have plenty of action already.
That we do, Brad. That's what we're here for, action.
Missed low and away.
I like that big jump by Sievers out at second.
Sievers running for Hoffman.
Carlisle's going to take the extra base any opportunity they have.
Grounder left side of the infield. The defense asking for interference as Jenna Young came up to field that. And a veteran crew, you only get the best at the state tournament. And I think for there to be interference, I think there has to be contact.
Yeah, I agree. It would definitely be distracting, no doubt, when you see somebody in your peripheral vision, but don't believe that that's any type of interference. Good job by the base runner, in fact.
And it goes down as an error on Young there at short, but bases loaded for Schick.
We mentioned Dallas Center Grimes and Winterset both stranding a bunch of runners yesterday, base runners that is, so we'll see if Winterset can do that again.
So force there at home. They do not get the double play at first. Schick able to run it out. Banning though, the easy flip to Stover. And there's 2 away. Bases remain loaded, and this is freshman Reagan rolling to the plate. Coming in to run is your flex player, your left fielder, Megan Lose.
A little bit of a cool breeze here up at Rogers Park. Beautiful evening for exciting 4A and 5A action.
It has cooled off nicely now as the sun sets to the west behind the trees. Entire field now in the shade. Rolling shows bunt, pulls it back as Banning misses up high.
Little low for the umpire's strike zone. Thea Banning a little frustrated.
So 2 balls, 1 strike now on rolling. Grounder right side. This is Williams. The flip to Hoffman. And that ends the inning. As Carlisle gets 1 back, Winterset a 1-run lead. Plenty of action here in this first inning. Let's take a look now at the bracket, how these teams got here in this 4A field. You have Carlisle, the top seed, defeated Lamar's, and North Scott, who defeated Charles City in that 4-5 battle. Winner set, West Delaware and Dallas Center Grimes. They come together here in this championship game. And I tell you what, for Winterset, this is their 5th championship game appearance. They are 2-2. Carlisle is in their 10th championship game appearance. They have won 5 and they lost 4. Most recent wins for Carlisle, 2019, last year. And for Winterset, 2017. Just a few years ago. Some of these girls remember watching that game. A couple were on the roster here at state. Said, I remember the energy of that championship game, just watching it as a fan. They're hoping that that experience helps them deliver a 2020 title.
Both of these teams from the Raccoon River Conference, very familiar with each other. These two head coaches, of course, very familiar with each other with their long tenures respectively at these two schools. They met in the regular season on July 2nd. Carlisle getting the 7-4 win. As we said, this Winterset team really hitting their stride late in the season. Talking to players and coach yesterday, they went through a little bit of a skid in late June and lost 4 out of 5, and really from that point forward turned things around. Last game of the regular season beat a Waukee team. Of course, made it to state in 5A and felt that built a lot of confidence heading into the postseason.
Played Fort Dodge this year, we just saw in the 5A championship game. Ankeny Centennial. They got a win over Ankeny Centennial, finished 3rd in the 5A field this season. Ball 4 to Riley Caius. So Thea Banning to the plate, the Winterset pitcher. As you see, head coach Steve Corcoran in his 20th season coaching softball. Works with the pitchers and catchers a lot. Banning tries to bunt it to move Caius over. No balls, 2 strikes now.
And Coach Corcoran taught for a bunch of years in the Winterset district, is retired from teaching, but I think he's failed retirement. He said he still subs about 3 or 4 days a week.
There's the 0-2, drive right side. That's going to get into right field. Gets past Williams. Runners on first and second for Winterset.
Good piece of hitting by Banning after she attempted to bunt, was not able to get it down.
So in to run for the pitcher, Thea Banning. Let's listen in here quick.
If it's on the ground, go hard, slide hard, all right?
Just making sure everybody knows the situation here. Nobody out, 2 runners aboard. It's Kleemeyer, the 8th grader, running at first. First pitch drive into center field for Jenna Young, and the great throw from Aubrey Fernald keeps Winterset from scoring for the moment. Back-to-back singles here, have the bases loaded.
Jenna Young, she wastes no time in the batter's box, both at bats.
Zero for 8.
0-0 for 8. Yeah, all right here, sorry. 0-0 for 8. And our pitcher is just going to go to 4. And this 0-0 is going to pitch.
So Lexi Link is going to come in and pitch for Carlisle here in the second inning, as Molly Hoekstra will slide to second base and Ashley Williams will head out. Head coaches and umpires mic'd up for tonight's championship game.
Make the play at home. Make the play at home. Get that. Don't be so quick about here. Get the play at home. We'll get it. We'll get it. Let's go.
So in both games here at State, Carlisle has thrown both Hoekstra and Link, as Hoekstra went 5 innings in the semifinals. Link pitched the last 2. It was 4 innings yesterday in the semis for Hoekstra, and Link pitched the final 3 innings. And now coming in here in the second inning, facing Natalie Drake.
As we expected out of both of these communities, big crowds. Carlisle, Winterset, both great fan following of both of these programs. It's been that way for a long time.
Fouled back by Drake. So Lexi Link, the junior, 3.45 ERA, over 40 strikeouts. This is up high. 2-2 the count on Drake. There's a high fly ball. Right fielder making a long run, comes all the way into the infield. Schnothurst made the long run instead of Hoekstra. I don't know if she lost it or just thought it was going to go way behind her.
I mean, that was hit high. I think she, with you, I think she thought it was going a little deeper, but great play by right field to come make that play.
Stover pops one up. Schnothurst comes in again, makes the catch. Makes the catch in the infield. Now the ball gets away from third. The throw home is in time. They get the out. Kai is thrown out at home by Prentice-Hill. And Carlisle dodges a bullet. With bases loaded, nobody out.
Woo! Pretty good slide. Oh, she got it.
Right on the hip.
She got it. That's a good call.
9-5-2 on that final putout, catching Caius at the plate. So no runs for Winterset in the top of the second. Well, if you haven't noticed some masks and hand sanitizer here in Rogers Park, we'll show you. There's your softball guidelines. Disinfectant wipes, gotta have the Lysol. So they're marking every other bleachers. No sitting in the yellow zones. Got plexiglass separating the concession stands and fans. Masks on players. Some fans wearing masks. A lot of them seem to take them off once they sit down here in the stands. But here's kind of the highlights from the state of Iowa. delayed till the start of June in the games portion of the season, shortened from 8 weeks down to just 6. Just 2 schools chose not to participate. 11 teams ended their seasons early. None of the teams here at the state tournament have had any issues this past week. There's some masks in the front row there.
Good looking masks on a couple of young Wildcats.
Sometimes you got to have fun with the mask, you know? A lot of schools having the conversations about masks in school, not in school, partially through the day. Safe at first, outruns the arm of Jenna Young. Ashlyn Williams gets Carlisle. Started kind of a tough play there in that deep 5-6 hole. Oh, excuse me, that was Link in there batting for Williams. And so Link, who's now the pitcher of record, will get a runner.
Now batting, second baseman.
Okay, here we go.
Number 3, Molly Hoekstra.
So Molly Hoekstra, second baseman of record, to the plate.
Carlisle doing exactly what they want to do. In the bottom of the second, get the first runner on. Hoekstra will at least think about bunting. She showed it early.
Ashley Hyde running at first. Courtesy running for Link.
Let's go, let's go.
There's Hoekstra. Pulls back, looks at a ball. 2-1 the count. There's the bunt down to the first baseman. Loudon throws back to Carter. Gets the out at first. A throw out to second base. Hitting Hyde. So there's one away here, runner on second. Kennedy Preston to the plate. Reached on an error to lead off the bottom of the first.
Preston's courtesy runner, Norrington, scored.
Coach called Preston the nucleus of the team as a catcher. Has been with Molly Hoekstra since second grade. Not just a leader, but hits in that leadoff spot. Comes up with a runner on second here in the second inning. High fly ball to right. Drake gives chase, makes the catch in foul territory for the out, and there's 2 away here in the second. Right fielders making some long runs here.
I was going to say, both right fielders getting workouts here. Don't often see a whole lot of action in right field. High school softball, but I'm sure they're happy to have it.
Aubrey Fernal at the plate, a ground out to Acton, the third baseman, in the first inning.
That's out, yeah.
There's a slap over the third baseman's head, but Young is there, showing her range. Makes the catch, ends the threat. A leadoff single, nothing to show for it for Carlisle. It's a 2-1 winner set lead. Nice play by Jenna Young, the freshman shortstop for Winterset. We'll take a break. We'll be right back here to the state championship softball in Fort Dodge.
Okra is a staple of Southern cuisine, used in stews, barbecues, and sometimes it's the star of the show. I'm Charity Nebbe. On the next Iowa Ingredient, we'll visit an Iowa vegetable farm to see how okra is grown. Then Chef Lynn Pritchard will stop by the kitchen to share a few delicious recipes using okra. All that and more on the next Iowa Ingredient.
Saturday morning at 11:30 on Iowa PBS.
Coming up on a special edition of Iowa Press, we dive into the legacy of the Americans with Disabilities Act. 30 years after passage, what does the ADA mean today? And what policies may impact the disability community as they look to the future? We'll discuss this on the special edition of Iowa Press.
Sunday at noon on Iowa PBS.
3 runs in the first inning, scoreless in the second. We move to the top of the 3rd inning. Winterset, a 1-run lead. Leading things off will be Ava Loudon, the junior first baseman. As Lexi Link, the junior pitcher, came in relief in that 2nd inning. And got the final 3 outs on the 2 batters that she faced. And ahead, no balls, 2 strikes in the count. Came in, Molly, no outs, bases loaded. Got a couple of pop outs, and then that 2nd pop out turned into a double play after the throw got away from Prentice-Hill at 3rd. Trying to score was Riley Caius, got thrown out at the plate. Off the mask of Kennedy Preston, senior catcher for Carlisle.
You all right?
1 ball, 2 strikes here. Strike 3. Link. It's her first K of the game. And up high, got Loudon to chase.
Yeah, Preston with the big smile as she squeezed that one.
And Link getting ahead early in the counts here on her batters. This is Lauren Carter at a single to the right side of the field in her first at-bat. Part of a 2-run first inning for Winterset.
This Winterset team, I'm sure fully expecting to face Molly Hoekstra, having to adjust here to the other pitcher.
Often you get a little bit of a change of pace between the 2 pitchers on a staff. Can help keep the batters guessing. Carter flies it high, out to left. Lose underneath it, makes the catch.
Some really high fly balls.
Jesse Nicholson now at the plate. Drives that into center, coming in to make the play, Aubrey Fernal, the junior. And it is 3 up, 3 down for Winterset in the 3rd inning. And as Winterset gets set to come out, let's take a look at Thea Banning. Super slow motion.
Yeah, she's got those nice long levers. Good stride toward home plate. Good all-around athlete. Many of these Winterset young ladies are multi-sport athletes. She's a high jumper, plays volleyball, Says softball's her favorite, but enjoys being really busy year-round.
Let's go, 16-6 on the season. Allowed just 1 run on 6 hits in the semifinals, 4 strikeouts. She says she has 6 different pitches, but 3 primary pitches that she'll mostly stick with. Started pitching back in 5th grade. Working with a 2-1 lead. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd for Carlisle. Meredith Hoffman to lead off, an RBI single.
Meredith Hoffman, what a great story. Has been through quite a bit this year, her senior year, spring senior year. In addition to the challenges with the pandemic, family's home unfortunately burned down and total loss. Everybody was safe, everyone got out of the home, but quite a tragedy, excuse me, said the Carlisle community really rallied around her family.
It was early March 5th. Dad woke up at 4:30 in the morning, noticed a bright glow out to the west, and it's quite unusual for 4:30 in the morning. Their deck started on fire. They couldn't put it out. As you mentioned, no one was injured. She credits her 14-year-old sister for grabbing their 2-year-old brother out of his crib. Still in a rental unit now, but rebuilding on that same location. Hope to be in by the 1st of the year. It's a fly ball. Banning's calling for it, and Banning takes it for out number 1 to retire Hoffman.
Meredith did tell us that they were able to find and salvage her softball glove. Said it's maybe not in the best condition.
Didn't smell real great right away. Said had to kind of clean it with some vinegar. Might be marked up a little bit. This is Kennedy Prentisil. We'll get a look at that when she's out at first base this coming inning. And now Banning getting ahead in the count on Prentisil. Prentisil a single in the 1st as well. Fly ball right to Young, and Jenny Young, the easy catch for out number 2. So Delaney Snathurst reached on an error in the 1st. Comes to the plate here, 2 away in the 3rd. Slaps it down 3rd base side. The scoop and throw by Acton, not in time. Acton had to decide if she was going to pick it up or let it roll and see if it would go foul. Tried to make the quick throw. The speed of Snathurst
you got it, yep.
runs it out.
Yep.
Well, Delaney needed that speed in right field. A couple innings ago, really had to hustle in to retrieve a couple of fly balls just over first base. Does a good job of beating out that dribbler.
This is Lainey Schick at the plate. Two away here, bottom of the 3rd. The Girls High School Athletic Union 4A state championship game here in Fort Dodge. Grounder up the middle. Jenny Young, the scoop and the step. And 1 base hit for Carlisle, but no damage done. Winterset still a 2-1 lead. We'll be back with more championship coverage right after this on Iowa PBS.
Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This Friday, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel Friday at 8 p.m. or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
Side the defender was fantastic. Withheld the challenge. Lots of strength.
Bury it with the defender right on her and Brown.
What a fatigue on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by Wee, and Brown coming in.
Friday evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
All runs scored in the first. Winner set a 2-1 lead over the top-seeded Carlisle Wildcats as we welcome you back to Fort Dodge alongside Molly Parrott. I am Brad Wells as we get ready for this fourth inning to begin. As 7-8-9 coming up here for winner set. First pitch fouled straight back by Bailey Acton, the third baseman.
Another youngster in this Huskies infield lineup.
Fly ball left side, tailing towards the fence, and will land out of play and out of reach. Prentice-Hill and Rolling both giving chase. That fan comes away with the softball, which, as we mentioned before, will now head to the defensive team's dugout for sanitization and then will be re-entered into play. Lexi Link, the junior pitcher in the circle for Carlisle, came in to replace the starter Molly Hoekstra in the second inning. Got out of a bases loaded no-out jam. There's a fly ball. Rolling gives chase all the way to foul territory. The freshman shortstop Reagan Rolling tracks it down.
Carlisle team's done a really nice job behind Lexi Link. Winterset's had opportunities.
There's Riley Caius, first pitch. Grounder right to Hoekstra. The easy flip over to first. There's two away. A lot of contact by both these teams at the plate. Thea Banning, the Winterset pitcher, swings at the first pitch. Preston makes the catch behind the plate. A really quick top of the fourth inning. 1, 2, 3. We'll be right back. Bottom of 4 when we return.
On Masterpiece Mystery.
No matter how many cases you solve, or bad people you put away, there's always another one standing right behind them.
Why do it if you hate it so much?
Because the dead deserve justice.
We have to face the facts, Thursday. We got it wrong.
If you want to catch him, then you need me.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Some things are unforgivable.
I can't save you.
Then no one can.
New season of Endeavor on Masterpiece Mystery.
Coming to Iowa PBS August 9th.
I, Harry Weiland, was a wet, behind-the-ears, 22-year-old Brooklyn film student back in 1968 when the then 36-year-old Johnny Cash agreed to let me chronicle 8 months of his life at home and on the road. Johnny Cash and Me allows Johnny to tell his own story through his actions, his words, and more importantly, through his music.
Coming to Iowa PBS August 21st.
A 1-run lead for Winterset. Carlisle coming to the plate here in the first. First pitch strike to Reagan Rolling, freshman shortstop, who digs in, as you see in the first base coach's box. Lee Brett, longtime assistant. He's been an assistant since 1980 and calling this his last year. Coach Flaws says, I think he'll end up coming back.
I'm not sure Coach Flaws is going to accept his resignation.
Really good friends, though, has been with Coach Flaws the whole time. Norway native, got the team together Tuesday to watch the movie The Final Season about the Norway baseball team as Rolling flies out to Fernald Center. And there's one away. Coach Flaws tried to draw some similarities between his Carlisle team and that Norway baseball team. Sound defensive team and come away with a few runs when you need it. But so many people just pour their hearts and souls into softball teams over the course of the years and gave up their summers, and Lee Brecht certainly one of those for Carlisle.
But definitely someone who has positively impacted a lot of student athletes over a lot of years. So important to the development of these young people is not only to have great role models and mentors as head coaches, but assistant coaches, trainers, you name it.
Grounder left side, that's a fair ball, and Prentice-Hill, Link digs it out. Acton just hesitated, was hoping it would take a hop foul, and then by the time she grabbed it, it was too late. Infield single and a courtesy runner. Hyde back into run for the Wildcats. Molly Hoekstra, starting pitcher, now at second base. Hoekstra fouls that one away. One ball, one strike, the count. Thea Banning, the sophomore pitcher, gets strike two on that foul ball, 1-2. And unlike Carlisle having two pitchers at their disposal or more for Winterset, Thea Banning knows that if she gets into any trouble, she has to simply work out of it. And Coach Steve Corcoran has had her throw all but 11 innings this season. And here's a base hit up the middle into center field. Hyde stays at second. But Hoekstra with a one-out single puts two aboard for Carlisle, and the top of the order now due up. Kennedy Preston, the senior catcher, will play college softball at Indian Hills next year, hits over 500. Reached on an error in the first and then flied out. And looks at ball one.
Carlisle team talks a lot about every player having a role, all 23 being equally important. Definitely using a lot of players tonight, bringing in a second pitcher, using some pinch runners.
Banning unhappy with not getting that call. It's the call on the 3-0.
Well, this Carlisle team, they're not going to panic being down. They've been down in several games this year and came back to win. As we said, they were down in the semifinals.
Safe at second. Everybody's safe as Carter bobbled it, tried to shovel it towards Young. Take another look at this. Off Banning's glove. And then the foot of Hoekstra knocks it away.
I can't hear you. You're fine. That's all right.
Noring will come in again as a courtesy runner.
So Noring at first. Aubrey Fernal now to the plate. Bases loaded, 1 out for Carlisle. The Wildcats an opportunity to tie or take the lead. Leah Banning trying to work out of a 1-out jam for Winterset. Slap left side. Third baseman makes the catch. The double play at second as Hoekstra was caught off the base. Winterset gets out of a jam. Base running miscue, and that's how you can end a threat just like that. Well, Molly, Carlisle's had base runners aboard every inning. This has been a fun game because there's been a lot of action for both teams here tonight.
We talked about this Winterset squad and their youth in the infield and how it would be so important for them to answer the call and handle the pressure that Carlisle likes to put on opposing defenses. And I have to say, Winterset really answering the call. There have been a couple miscues here and there, but they haven't lost their composure.
This feels like one of the more high-tech Zoom meetings I've been a part of here over the last few months. This has been good. We are both sitting behind home plate, but about 6-7 feet away from each other so that we can bring you tonight's broadcast as we see you take a look from our center field cameras. Some fantastic camera production going on here by the Iowa PBS crew in this 4A championship game. We saw it in the 5A championship game. Can't even give you a high five if I want to. Next year, maybe we'll be back to normal.
Always a pleasure, Brad. Always, no matter the distance between us.
Here's a high fly ball. Fernal underneath it and makes the catch. So that was Young, flies out to center. Natalie Drake to the plate. Fouls that one away. Base hit into center for Natalie Drake. And that is the first base hit that Lexi Link has allowed.
She has been solid since coming in relief for Molly Hoekstra. As expected, this Winterset team, they continue to be very aggressive at the plate.
Sure.
Jenna Young really got things started.
Sure. Yes, sir.
From the first pitch.
Courtesy runner number 28. For who?
28 is in for 12. 12 is going to re-enter. So are we good on that?
You need to tell me. So 28 is running for 12.
You'll remind me to tell you though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
28 is running for 12.
Re-enter 12 and we're down here.
She wants the courtesy runner. She's got a courtesy runner.
Classic. You'll have to tell me later. Well, you'll remind me. I love it.
Coach is so used to so they're just going to run and then re-enter. Let's cover it all right now. Coaches like to be efficient, Molly. We like to be, they like to take care of as much as they can in one stop. So Kleemeyer at first was the courtesy runner for Banning. Now she'll be the pinch runner here for Drake.
Can of corn.
Stover high, rolling underneath it. 2 away. As the freshman shortstop, Reagan Rolling, won the starting role this season at shortstop. Got an opportunity to try and get a spark from the offensive side, and Coach Floss says she really delivered. Took off offensively, just a really solid glove defensively. Tatum Weifenbach, also a fantastic player, was at shortstop and just struggling a little bit at the plate. Gave Rolling an opportunity, and she's really taken off with it. Grounder to third. Prentice-Hill over to Hoffman. Squeezes it for out number 3. And while Link gives up her first hit of the game, no runs allowed. Winterset, a 2-1 lead. Back after this.
Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This Friday, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel Friday at 8 p.m. or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
Side the defender was fantastic. Withheld the challenge. Lots of strength.
Bury it with the defender right on her and Brown.
What a fatigue on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by Wee, and Brown coming in.
Friday evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
The sun setting here in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Winterset, a 1-run lead as the sun is setting on the 4A championship game. 2020 Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Tournament in Heartland Rogers State Park. Winterset, 2 runs, the top of the first. Carlisle, 1 run in the bottom of the first. Here we're in the bottom of the second. The number 3 hitter, Meredith Hoffman, drives one left field, tailing foul over the fence, but foul.
Right into that pink and purple sunset, Brad.
Well, that's trying to ride off into the sunset by smoking that pitch out towards left. Hoffman had a 3-run home run in the semis against North Scott out to right center. They play college volleyball at Morningside. Hit in the 4 spot last year on the 2019 state championship team for Carlisle. Has slid up to the 3 spot. One thing she told me, Molly, the 3 and 4 hitters have to be able to bunt on this Carlisle team. Nobody is an exception to that rule.
She talked about a game earlier in the week when she at the 3 hole and Kennedy at the 4 hole did back-to-back squeezes.
Grounds out here to start the bottom of the 5th. Quite the athlete, Meredith Hoffman. One of 8 seniors on this Carlisle team. Kennedy Prentice-Hill at the plate. A single and a pop out.
Same place.
2 balls, no strikes. Now 3-0, and Prentice-Hill trying to find a way on here. We'll look at that one. As Banning fires a quick strike. 3-2 gets fouled off. Three twos popped up. Caius camping underneath it, makes the catch. 2 away here. Delaney Snothurst up. Reached both times she's been to the plate. Reached on an error in the first. A single in the third.
Very effective from the left side of the plate, beating out a grounder last time up.
Time called by head coach Steve Corcoran. Going to go talk to Thea Banning.
He's just not giving anything. Yep. This kid slaps, right? Yeah. So let's pitch her inside then. But let's keep it at the knees, all right? All right, here we go. How many I got left? 2? 2 conferences left, Blue?
That's the first one.
I got 2 left, right?
So maybe sensing Thea getting a little frustrated, not getting some of those calls close to the edges. Coach out there just to reassure her. Keep putting them there. There's the 1-0. Gets the grounder right back to Banning. The throw gets away from Loudon. And Snothurst is aboard.
She really scoots down that line. Got a fortuitous bounce there.
Time's out.
A little bit of a chopper makes for a difficult play for the pitcher.
Number 6 batter. Right there.
So Kaylin Fernal is going to come and pinch hit here.
Right. No. Yep.
Kaylin Fernal, a freshman. Coming into pinch hit in the 5th inning.
29 is for 10. 10 is out.
Fernal 6 RBIs on the season, 4 doubles and 15 at-bats. Lefty comes up with 2 outs and a runner aboard for Carlisle. Fernal pulls the bunt back. The steal attempt out at second is Snothurst. Stover guns down the runner to end the 5th.
Great shot. Nice job of catching and applying the tag by Young.
Winner set avoids any more damage. Here's our first inning highlights. Winterset first gets on the board on that Stover hit, and then it was Carter, an RBI rip to right. Hoffman drove in, ignoring the courtesy runner after Preston reached on an error in the first, and that's still where we sit, 2-1. As Carlisle out there on defense here for the top of the 6th inning. And finally, we talked about the 8 seniors. How about this? They started at 7 years old. It's the Carlisle Wildcats back around 2009. As they changed their name to Carlisle 2020. But the seniors, Molly Hoekstra, Ashlyn Williams, Cassie Lee, Delaney Snothurst, Meredith Hoffman, Morgan Lose, Kennedy Preston, Kennedy Prentisil, all trying to end their careers as back-to-back state champs.
I love that Meredith Hoffman just had that photo on her phone. Easy access.
She
Oh,
said,
I've got it right here. I
got
can
it
send
with
it to
me.
you.
She said she was getting it together, sending it to everybody for graduation plans. And here's a high fly ball, hit well. Back goes Lose off the wall. As Carter, a leadoff double here in the top of the 6th inning for Winterset.
Gets a hold of it. Thought that was gone myself.
It got up in a hurry. Morgan Lose turned and ran like it was going to be gone. Lexi Link, the junior pitcher, just her 2nd base hit she has allowed. Those first 4 innings that she pitched, she threw just 32 pitches and stranded 7 base runners.
Well, I mentioned that I thought that ball might have been sent out of the park. 8 different Huskies hit home runs this season. Jenna Young with the most, 9. A lot of power potential at the plate. Lexi Link continues to do a nice job in relief. Good opportunity here for Winterset to see if they can push one across.
Nicholson fouls it back. Talk about the 8 seniors for Carlisle. Nicholson, the lone senior for Winterset. Reached on an error in the 1st. Popped out to center in her 2nd at bat. Rips one right field line, tailing foul, and that's out of play. One ball, 2 strikes to count. There's a dad trying to talk a kid into running the ball back to the dugout.
Don't throw it on the field, son.
Count goes to 2-2. It's Carter at 2nd, a leadoff double for Winterset. Nicholson at the plate. Fouls it back. We'll do it again. Nicholson, one of those players, really gets the team rolling, gets the dugout jacked up. Just a really good hitter, close to 400, 16 runs batted in. Pops this one up, left side of the infield, and Prentice-Hill clears out for the freshman shortstop Rolling to make the catch. One away. Bailey Acton to the plate. Tried to bunt it right side. One of those spots too, if you catch a defensive player not on their toes, sneak out a bunt for a hit. Both these teams, any way possible to put a run on the board, they will do it. And Link now ahead in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. The junior throwing well in the circle for Carlisle. Throw down to 2nd by Preston. One's fouled back and out of play. The Winterset has been the underdog all 3 games here at the state tournament as the 7 seed. Defeated 2nd seeded West Delaware. 6th seeded Dallas Center Grimes. And challenging top seeded Carlisle here in the championship game. As a 1-run lead. Looking for more. There's the 1-2 to Acton, missed outside. Here's the 2-2. Swinging through, strike 3.
Winners,
2 away.
Yeah, Winterset hoping they can hit. Strikeout here by Link. Winterset hoping they don't leave Lauren Carter stranded. Carter, quite a volleyball player, just a sophomore, already verbally committed to play volleyball at the University of Denver.
There's a fly ball high to left field. Lose underneath it. Makes the catch. Ends the threat. Leadoff double. Left stranded here in the top of the 6th. We'll be back. Bottom of the 6th. Carlisle to the plate when we return.
George Bush took office at the beginning of 3 years of nonstop foreign policy crises.
Things were moving so fast on the ground.
That's a way to do it if you're going to do it right.
The liberation of Eastern Europe and the reunification of Germany, victory in the Cold War, the collapse of the Soviet Union. You talk about closure.
Tuesday evening at 9 on Iowa PBS.
This month in Passport, your on-demand library of the best of PBS.
Great private detectives.
Still the same old Frankie. Staying out of trouble?
Well, where's the fun in that?
George Bush hardly had a chance. Almost out of the gate, he's hit with 9/11.
Our team of spy creatures reveal the astonishing variety of life across the globe.
These and other shows are available with Passport. Become a member of this PBS station. Sign in and start streaming today.
2-1, still our score. In the first inning, Molly Parrott and myself said we're going to get a lot of runs, and we jinxed ourselves. But we have had plenty of action here in this 4A final. Leading things off for Carlisle.
Well, the way things started in the first inning, I thought we were in for more action than we've seen, although we've seen plenty of offense, just quite a few runners stranded. Common theme in the semifinal game yesterday between Winterset and Dallas Center Grimes.
This is Kaylin Fernal, the batter. And Thea Banning continues to fire from the circle for Winterset. That one missing low. .3-1 in there for a strike. There's the 3-2. Misses low. Leadoff batters aboard. Banning one in the call. Instead, Fernal down to first.
Hold on. He's going for 29.
So Morgan Lose will be the runner at first. As Fernal did her job, got a base runner. Morgan Lose, the left fielder, is in the flex position. Substituting in here in the sixth. Reagan rolling, shows bunt, pulls it back.
Thea Banning not too pleased about that fourth ball to put a runner on. Does a good job of coming right back.
The bunt is down. The throw back to second. Back safely is Lose. Rolling able to move the runner over.
Carlisle will continue to put pressure on this young Winterset infield. Won't be surprised if they go to small ball.
Here with the shortstop, if she slaps, wait on it
or beat it. Chances are you wait on it, make sure it gets through so we can score you. Got it? Make sure it gets through.
No one was on third.
I know, but I'm not taking that chance. Somebody was going to get there. We need your run. Okay, let's go. Slap. Let's go.
Instructions for Link, the pitcher of record, the junior. Slap one down and move Los. Right back to Banning. Banning's going to go to first, get the out. Makes 2 away. Los now at third.
Well, Banning fielded the ball. She made a really quick look at that runner, but decided to go ahead and get the out.
So at the plate, Molly Hoekstra. Hoekstra, Drake signee. Started the game in the pitching circle at second base right now. Hard hit ball. Single in the 4th. Ground out back in the 2nd inning. Misses the inside corner. 2-1 the count. Husky fans getting excited with that call. They've got the back of their pitcher, Thea Banning.
Not so sure about that one.
There's a grounder into left field. Carlisle ties it up. Hoekstra drives in a big run in the 6th.
Big smile out of Molly Hoekstra over there at first base. The senior comes through when they needed her. Needed that 2-out clutch base hit. Probably had a little added motivation after, I wouldn't say she got hit hard early on, but Winterset was aggressive. They end up making the change. She stays in the game, but moves to second base and really comes through when her team needs her.
2 base hits in her last 2 at-bats. Now is Hoekstra, top of the order coming up here with 2 outs. We'll have a pinch runner for Hoekstra. And they're going to bring Noring in. This will be a pinch run opportunity. Was courtesy runner for Preston previously. Preston at the plate. Noring on first, heads to second. A great jump. And a stolen base.
Man, she about slid right through second base.
Even stumbled out of the gates.
Ouch, ouch.
Got back safely.
Maybe not exactly as she practiced it, but she's safe.
And they're going to put Preston on. Intentional walk will set up a force at all 3 bases here. Aubrey Fernal 0 for 3 at the plate. Carlisle has tied it up here in the 6th inning. Fernal slaps it foul. Thea Banning trying to get out of the jam. Misses low. 2 runners aboard here. There's the 1-1. That's going to go foul. And now Banning ahead in the count once again. Here's the 1-2, slap left side. Great glove by Jenna Young. But Carlisle gets a run and they tie it up here in the 6th inning.
Jenna Young, what a glove. Man, that gets through. Noring's definitely scoring from second with those wheels.
We move to the 7th inning. 2-2 is our score here in the 4A final. It'll be 9-1-2 for Winterset. Thea Banning will be your leadoff batter. Jenny Young, after making that catch, will be up second. The Huskies looking to repeat what happened in 2017 when they were 4A champs. Carlisle looking to repeat what happened last year here in Fort Dodge, the 2019 4A champs. Both schools' most recent trips to state ended in a state championship game and a state championship win. For Carlisle in the circle, Lexi Link, the junior.
Thea Banning will try to help her own cause here, get things going for Winterset.
Banning digs in, 1 for 2 tonight. A single in the 2nd inning in her first at-bat. And this is going to be a pop-up. Preston underneath it and lost it. Those that go straight up are really, really tough for a catcher.
Well, probably easily lose it in the lights.
So count goes to 1-1 and Banning gets new life. Fly ball left field. Los, as it tails towards the line, drops it, comes out of her glove, and it's a fair ball. And she got the wind knocked out of her diving for that one.
Almost makes a fantastic play. Had it. Had the snow cone, just couldn't quite come up with it.
They'll mark that as a hit for Banning. Great effort, championship effort by Lawson.
Come up. Son of a gun, I wish they'd listen. 15. I don't mean that.
Don't let her hit you.
Runner for Winterset. Allison Soderberg, the freshman.
Does Carlisle give her anything to hit? I don't think I'd throw her a strike on the first pitch. She seems to like it. She's looking for something to drive early in the at-bat.
2 for 3. She took the first pitch of the game straight into center field up the middle. All 3 hits have gone up the middle. 2 singles and a fly out to center. And this is going to be a pop-up in the infield. Link wants to take it. And gets a big out here in the 7th inning. Young does like those first pitches.
She's a competitor. She was not happy with herself when she went back to that dugout.
Natalie Drake at the plate. RBI double in the 4th inning of the semifinal. She's 1 for 2 tonight. And 2 hits, 2 RBIs in the quarterfinal round game. Base hit in her last at bat. She drove it to right center. Link missing up high. 3 balls, no strikes. And an opportunity here for Natalie Drake if she sees a couple of good pitches to put one into play. Preston, the senior catcher, quick visit.
Here we go. Here we go. Hey, let's go.
Senior catcher gonna calm down the junior pitcher.
Link finds a strike on the 3-0. Natalie Drake, 15 RBIs, a couple of home runs on the season. Fly ball, shallow center. Long run, Hoekstra calls for it. And they cannot get the force at second either. Everybody's safe. Good base running by Soderberg.
It's a tough play to make unless you're playing pretty deep out at second base. Just gets it to drop.
Yeah, you can throw it.
All right, so we can't make that move right now. So what I want to do is we got 2 shots to get a run in here. So I want you staying fairly close to the bag. Okay, if it's up in the air, you got to hold the bag. If it gets through the infield, you may score. All right, here we go. Stay off that high one, Stove.
Reminds everybody there's just 1 out. Wants 2 opportunities to get this run in.
Yeah, maybe play it a little more conservatively. But he said if it gets through, you might be going.
Bridget Stover. An RBI ground out in the first. Looking to drive in another run. First pitch swings through, strike 1. Two pop outs in her last 2 at-bats for Stover. There's a high fly ball. It's going to stay in the infield. Infield fly is called by the umpires. Catch is made by Hoekstra. Anyway, so 2 away. So now it's up to Ava Loudon. Loudon 0 for 3 in the game. It's over 300 on the season. And right on cue, drives it down the left field line. Drives one in. Soderberg into score. Safely into third goes Drake. And an RBI double for Ava Loudon.
The aggressive mindset continues for the Winterset Huskies. Loudon shows no doubt, no hesitation whatsoever, steps right up to the plate in a critical situation and drives it.
Just throw it a little bit, all right? Make her throw it in there and try to stay off that high one and drive the ball. Okay? Don't take that first pitch. She throws that in there, let's go.
Yeah, you heard it right there. Don't take that first one. If she throws it in there, you swing.
Yeah. Straight from Coach Corcoran.
I think a lot of times that first pitch is the best one you're going to see.
So many pitchers trying to get ahead, and Carter's going to get put on. An intentional walk will send Lauren Carter down to first, and Jesse Nicholson, the senior for Winterset, up to the plate. Base is loaded, 2 away. Winterset takes a 1-run lead here in the 7th and an opportunity for more with their lone senior at the plate.
Wanted no part of Lauren Carter. Had that big doubler last time up. She said she's quite a volleyball player, plays on the U.S. national team for her age.
Fly ball. Underneath it is Hoekstra. But Winterset scratches out a run in the 7th inning. RBI double by Ava Loudon.
Team 1, 2, 3. Yep, Mr. Brick on 3. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Brick. Get one for Mr. Brick.
So they're calling for a run for their longtime assistant, Lee Brecht. As the Carlisle Wildcats an opportunity now here in the 7th. After tying it up in the bottom of the 6th, they'll have to do the same here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Winterset, 2 in the 1st, 1 in the 7th. Carlisle 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 6th. They need 1 or more here in the 7th inning. Hoffman, Prentice-Hill, Schnathurst, due up. 3-4-5 for the Wildcats.
Ranked number 1 all season long, target on their backs all season long after winning the title a year ago. A bunch of seniors on this Wildcats team. Can they do it?
Meredith Hoffman has taken some big swings tonight in her at-bats. She's had a couple home run distance foul balls tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. And she did not swing. Here's a fly ball, shallow center. Back and underneath it is Jenna Young. And there's 1 away. Kennedy Prentice-Hill comes to the plate, 1 for 3. Carlisle, your 2019 4A champs. Winterset on top of the 4A field in 2017. Battling it out here in 2020. A 1-run game in the 7th. Banning misses low. Two balls, 1 strike. Now 3-1 goes the count. The face mask of Roger Mankey, home plate umpire. And the count runs full. Three-2 the count. Misses high. And a 1-out walk for Prentice-Hill. Puts the tying run aboard for Carlisle.
Good at bat by Prentice-Hill.
Ashley Hyde. 31. Okay, this 36 out. 36 is right. I'm sorry, I'm just so lost. 36 is going to run. Oh, excuse me.
31. I'll let you tell me.
31 is
okay.
For 36.
Okay.
She used to be my courtesy runner, now she's not. 31. 31 running.
So Ashley Hyde is going to go down to first base and run for Prentice-Hill. She was the courtesy runner previously. Now she will be the pinch runner, so will not be able to be courtesy runner anymore. Stands at first base. Delaney Schnathurst at the plate. 1 for 3 tonight for Schnathurst.
She can really scoot down that line, though. She puts pressure on the defense, like so many of these Carlisle players can do.
So 1 away here in the 7th. Snyhurst looks at ball one. Evens the count. Delaney Snyhurst, senior right fielder at the plate, works the count to 2-1. That misses outside, 3-1.
Carlisle hitters doing a really nice job of working the count. Forcing a young pitcher to throw strikes.
Count runs full. Thea Banning, the sophomore pitcher, trying to close out this 7th inning. Slapped left side, heads up play by Acton, the freshman, to let that go foul before she touched the ball.
Very smart play. She would have had to just throw a laser to gun down Schnotthorst at first base.
(3-2) once again fouled back. Banning's worked quite the game today, too. Worked out of a few jams. Just one inning where she faced a minimum 3 batters. There's a base hit into left. And 2 runners are aboard here as Schnotthorst sends it to left. Hyde stands at second, Schnotthorst at first. That's the tying and potentially winning run for Carlisle. Winterset 2 outs away from winning the state title. So Kaylin Fernal, the DP, came in the 5th inning. Here's a fly ball right side. Carter, the second baseman, goes back, makes the catch, and there's 2 away.
Well, that very athletic middle infield, they continue to make big plays tonight. This Carlisle team, they have a ton of confidence in their reserves, as you can tell in this game. Coach Flaws talked about the freshman team, the JV team, and
she's in a hurry. Want to take?
Yeah.
Let's take until she gets you a strike, and then we have to score on a base hit. I want any base hit in the outfield. The grass a little wet? No? Okay, we're going to hit the inside outside plate. Okay, and if it's short, I'll let you know. But right now, my intention is to score off the base hit here. Let's go.
Reagan Rowling, a freshman at the plate. Coach giving that subconscious confidence, planning on scoring on the base hit. It's Hyde at second, Schnotthorst at first for Carlisle. Rowling at the plate. It's Banning in the circle for Winterset. Gets ahead in the count. And Rowling looks at strike 2.
well, she was taken all the way on that first pitch. He said, till you get a strike, I don't want you swinging.
One missed outside. Coach Flaws calling all of his runners in, calling a timeout here.
You've been hitting the ball all year for us. Just hit. You know what? It's just a ball game. If it's anything close, I think you got to get it. Well, although I don't know what he's going to call.
Your hands where to the roof? What? Do you want me to do like my hands where it's going to be inside that side?
Just hit it.
Yeah.
Got it? You'll be all right. You have to score, man. Let's go.
Ashley Hyde at second. Coach is going to be sending her. If Rolling puts it in play and gets it to the grass.
And on a senior-laden team, it's a freshman with the opportunity to make a huge play.
Here's the 1-2, slaps it into right field. Around third comes Hyde. Rolling's getting called out at first. We'll see if the run counts. The run is going to count. Rolling out at first. But Carlisle has tied it up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The freshman Reagan Rolling drives in the run.
I thought they were going to dance around for so long over at first place that the next run was going to score. Woof.
Yeah. What a finish to the 7th inning.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
Here's another look. The freshman keeps the seniors' season alive. The run comes in. Hyde scores. Then the celebration, thinking maybe they won it all, but you see the home plate umpire saying that run does score, and we're going to have a little bit of a meeting there.
She turned to go and then changed her mind.
I was too busy watching.
So here's the runner.
Over here.
We're going to get a good look at it. So she kind of stumbled and then went towards second. That's a commit towards second base. So once you make an effort towards second.
And really at that point, she doesn't matter. You know, it's instinct to turn towards second.
Correct.
Right?
And that's exactly the type of style that Carlisle plays, is we take that extra base if there's a sliver chance of getting that extra base.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're right, that potential then Carlisle winning run would have been on third and potentially would have been coming around the corner.
Yeah, but you're right. That's your mentality, is you're always turning and looking to take the open base, and she did. She took a step in that direction.
That's exactly what Coach Flaws would tell anybody. That's how we coach them, is we coach them to get that extra base. Situationally, though,
big time heads up play over at first base for Winterset to make that tag.
Drake got it in quickly.
Ava Loudon with a good
Loudon
heads
there
up
at
play
first.
there.
So now extra innings, top of 8. 7, 8, 9 due up here for Winterset. This is Bailey Acton. Acton struck out in her last at-bat. 2 balls, no strikes from Lexi Link. And a quick visit from senior catcher Kennedy Preston. Acton 0 for 3 tonight at the plate. And that's a strike, 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes now on Acton. He's fouled back. Bailey Acton scored a run in the quarterfinals of the state championship tournament for Winterset. Pops this one straight back and out of play. 2-2 misses up high. Count runs full. Act in a good eye, looks at ball 4, and a leadoff walk here in the 8th inning. Riley Caius now due up, 0 for 2, walked and was thrown out at home in the 2nd inning. Winner set. The runner aboard, nobody out. Time called by Coach Corcoran.
You can't run and bunt. You're going to run right out the front of the box.
Okay, I was
Yeah, but as soon as he breaks up, you got to break up.
So you're gonna sack bunt here, all right?
Okay.
So square around and get it. Square around and get it down. I want you to take the first pitch. We'll get 1 strike on you, then you'll look down at me for a second. Here we go.
So instructions from Coach Corcoran: take till you get a strike. Then we're sack bunting here, as we are in the 14th championship game to go to extra innings. The last one, Molly, I think you and I remember this one. 16 innings, Iowa City, Regina, and Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. 2017, 16 innings.
It's a long game.
That was a very long game.
And a long drive home.
You remember yours too? I remember mine. It's funny how that works.
Probably snagged a Diet Mountain Dew at the Casey's down the road from a drive back to Ames.
Oh, those kids certainly remember it as well. Here's a fly ball right field. Guys pops it up in to make the play is Snathurst. 1 away.
I don't know that I've seen a team hit the towering pop flies that Winterset hits. I mean, not that many ground balls.
Well, maybe forgot too the instructions for the sack bunt in the meeting with Coach. Now another fly ball. And the catch by Snathurst. 2 away, top of the order, Jenna Young to the plate. Molly, where do you put the over-under on if she swings at this first pitch? At least 3 of her 4 at-bats she has. But
I mean, there's no way you give her a strike.
You're over here. 2 for 14, 2. No conferences. 2 for 14. You got to go.
All right.
No conferences.
You're going to score.
Avery Darling, the freshman, in to run at first.
Good discipline.
As you mentioned too, Link not throwing anything good on that first pitch. Here's one into left center, tailing towards the left fielder. Lose right to her. Carlisle closes down Winterset in the top of the 8th, and an opportunity to win it in the bottom of the 8th. 8-9-1 due up.
Let's go, team. Teams, go. Let's go. Who's up for it?
Carlisle, your defending state champs. Also a little excitement before the game for their crowd as Carlisle native Jordan Gronewald inducted into the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Softball Hall of Fame. 140 wins as a pitcher, hit over 500. 4-time All-Stater, went to play at Drake, 2-time All-Conference in college. She played in 3 state tournaments. Trying to use a little bit of that Carlisle Magic here to capture a 4A title in back-to-back years. Winner set. They'll be gunning for inning number 9. Grounder to Young. Will flip over to first. Loudon with the squeeze. One away.
Nice play there by Jenna Young. Almost goes down to her knee just to make sure she's going to sit on that. No chance of it popping back up.
Molly Hoekstra to the plate. RBI single in the 6th. She's 2 for 3 tonight at the plate. Play softball at Drake. Started the game, worked the first 1+ innings of the contest. And then moved to second base. Gave up 2 runs in the first, had the bases loaded, no outs, as Link helped Carlisle work out of that jam from the circle. Hoekstra's come through with her bat tonight. Here's the 2-1. Grounder. Third baseman Acton, the freshman, to throw to first, not in time.
Looked like she wasn't sure if she was going to try to get her body in front of it or go for the backhand. I think that'll be scored as an error. Yeah, I think she had her feet there. I don't know that she needed to go to her backhand, but
it was close at first too. Loudon's foot came off that base a little bit as she reached to catch it. First pitch strike to Kennedy Preston. So we go to the top of the order, 1 out and 1 on for Carlisle. Fouls that one back and out of play. Preston reached on an error in the first. Flew out to right in the second. Infield single in the 4th and walked in the 6th. Comes up here in the 8th inning. Thea Banning, the sophomore. Way ahead in the count. Snap right side, that falls foul. Thea Banning. And go overlooked how solid she's been in that circle.
Woo! Ooh, Preston wanted that.
Here's the 1-2, changeup slapped up the middle into center field. And 2 runners aboard here with 1 away in the 8th inning. And the potential winning run, and Hoekstra stands at second base. Aubrey Fernal at the plate. Hoekstra at second. This is low and away.
No, you only get 1 now. You only get 1 inning now. You can go, but you only get 1 inning now.
Hey, now listen. When we break out of this huddle, you turn around, you tell your outfield, on a base hit, they got to go home. Okay? We're not going to try and get it at first. We got to go home with it because they'll be going. They'll be going, right? All right, here we go.
So winning run stands on second base as Hoekstra is at second. Preston at first. At the plate, Aubrey Fernal. That misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. That one hits the plate. 2-1. Fernal slaps it towards third. They get the force at third. They do. The flip to Young. Wow. 2 freshmen on the left side of the infield.
I mean, I think she could have just taken that herself.
At first, I thought she was going to. 2 outs. That's a big out, and it keeps that potential game-ending run out at second base. Grounder left side. Young scoops it. The throw home as Carlisle sent him. Ran right through the red light. Thought Young had no chance of getting it. What a scoop. How about that for your winner set defense?
What a play. Holy cow.
The easy tag for Stover at home. And the what could have been for Kennedy Preston.
I mean, that's a game-saving diving play. If that goes through, she's scoring.
For sure.
Nothing against your left fielder's arm, but.
For sure. As deep as their play, and that scores it easily. Instead, 9th inning. Here we go. Flip the page. Winner set. Heart of the order due up. 2-3-4. Natalie Drake will get us started. There you see it. 3-3 through 8. 9 hits for winner set. 12 hits for Carlisle. Molly, we may stack up a bunch of runs by the end of the night. Still.
Well, we knew we'd see a lot of hits. I think we just anticipated seeing a few more runs pushed across the board. Not all that surprising. Winner set with 4 errors. It's a young squad. This is a Carlisle team that forces defenses into making mistakes.
Yep.
But despite that, they've hung right in there.
Natalie Drake swings through the first pitch as Lexi Link gets ahead in the count.
Oops, out.
Talk about the number of hits and the low score. Winner set 10 runners left on base. Carlisle 12 runners left on base. It's more than a runner per inning. It has been nearly every inning. Winner set, except for the 3rd inning. Well, excuse me, the 3rd and the 4th inning. They both went 1, 2, 3 in order. Other than that, runners aboard every inning. For Carlisle, the same. Runner aboard every inning. Slapped foul by Drake. These teams played back on July 2nd. Carlisle got the 7-4 win. They now meet in the 4A championship game. And we're in extra innings. Top of the 9th. Natalie Drake digs in for winner set at the plate. Here's the 3-2 from Link. Hit hard, grabbed by Hoekstra. The throw to first in time.
Wow, the presence of mind to hang it right in there, make that play after the initial muff. Wow, nice play out of the senior.
This is Bridget Stover. An RBI in the 1st inning. And then 3 flyouts. Knocked a run in, was thrown out, so 0 for 4 on the night, but drove a run in with runners on second and third. That one called off the plate, 3-1. That one fouled straight back. Stover battling at the plate. Link not budging from the rubber. 3-2, fly ball left side. Coming in, diving catch for Los.
Wow.
That is all out. That might hurt, but that feels really good.
She's young. You're not sore when you're...
Not when you're 18.
When you're a teenager, you don't get sore.
Los, the senior, big time catch out and left. Ava Loudon at the plate, 1 for 4. Double and a run batted in. Ava Loudon grounds to Prentice-Hill. The throw over to Hoffman in time. 1-2-3. Go the Wildcats in the top of the 9th. Still tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the frame. Carlisle coming up with 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3. Good job. Let's go. Sorry. Yeah, you're still in.
That Carlisle offense, Molly, they just find a way. As in between innings, the whole team runs down towards the fence. There's a story I've got for you, and it's actually with the Winterset Club. As you see our hit totals, 3 runs apiece for 7th seeded Winterset and top seeded Carlisle. We've been talking about COVID-19 and some of the changes. Well, for Winterset, Molly, here's one of the COVID cants. Their tradition, before a game, they would all run to a corner of the field, and Banning told me we would all spit at the same time into our circle, and then we'd give a good pep talk. We can't spit anymore. That's one of the no sunflower seeds, no spittings allowed in high school softball now. It's like we don't spit, but we still have our pep talk in the corner. So another fun COVID-19 fact of the 2020 softball season.
I mean, no spit softball? How is that?
No spit softball. That's the adjustment Winterset's had to make. They may not come back if they win here tonight. Jenny Young makes the catch. Prentice-Hill pops out. Delaney Snothurst to the plate. Drives it up the middle. Back-to-back base hits for Delaney Snothurst. Just been so efficient at the plate. Snothurst, the senior right fielder at first. As Kaylin Fernal, designated player at the plate. Tries to put the bunt down, it rolls foul. And now behind in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Now we'll see the confidence in the bunting abilities, see if they have Fernal try and lay one down again. They may be swinging away here. Little up, little outside, 1 and 2. There's a hard hit ball towards right field. Making the catch is Natalie Drake. And Snothurst has to stay at first. 2 away. And Reagan Rolling digging in. Looks at strike one. This freshman shortstop drove in the game-tying run in the bottom of the 7th inning. And here's a slap towards the right side. Carter's there to make the catch. And we just had the first base umpire call the runner out for leaving early. So Rolling will be leading off if we get to the 10th inning, which we are there. So we'll be back right after this.
Pay attention, please.
I got something I gotta tell you.
I was raised to believe no dream is unreachable.
You can't get in the way of a good story.
Hemingway is this enormous talent.
That's wonderful.
What I got is the new thing.
The game just got bigger. Did you?
It's better than
Wow.
tell the world, spread the word.
It remains a fast-moving story.
Get to the bottom of it.
This is what adventures are made of.
Slime molds. How could you not love them?
You ain't ever seen
Phenomenal.
what you about to see.
That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe it myself.
Wow.
I'm speechless.
I believe this right here is the best.
Oh, that's some hot gossip for you, isn't it?
It's better than
I love bringing other people together. I feel like I'm doing something important.
How powerful is that?
Stay curious.
you ain't ever seen what you about to see.
Let's keep her going. Top of 10. Winner set 3, Carlisle 3. Extend your scorebook. As Lauren Carter leads things off. Hard hit ball. That's fair. Left field line all the way to the fence. Carter, a rounding double. And that is how we begin the 10th inning for the winner set Huskies.
Second double of the game. Correct?
Second double of the game back in the 6th inning. 3 for 4. And now stands at second. Potential go-ahead. This is Jesse Nicholson, the lone senior at the plate. Tries to put a bunt down. Nicholson holds on that high pitch. High fly ball, tailing towards the left fielder, Los. No dive required on that one, and there's one away.
Couldn't quite execute on moving the runner over.
Fly ball hit by Acton that's going to stay in the infield as Link making sure she had a good read on it. Makes the catch for out number 2. That brings up Riley Caius. Caius slaps one left side, rolling the throw over to first. Some solid defense by both these teams. A leadoff double turns into nothing for Winterset. We go to the bottom of the 10th.
Get Kennedy up to bat, okay? We got 3 people to get it. Somebody get on 4. So team 1, 2, 3. Good job. Very good.
Winterset just not able to execute in advancing that runner. Generally, you get a runner on second with nobody out. It's a prime opportunity to score.
So back to the circle goes Banning. Banning is the one told me about the COVID can't. She does like the part about the balls coming directly from the dugout. She says she gets to pick her favorite ball, and if they get fouled out of play, as soon as it gets to the dugout, they'll throw it into her. So, of the game balls, I don't know if every day is a different favorite one, but Thea Banning has been pretty tough to manufacture runs on. So Reagan Rolling back at the plate. As we mentioned, the end of the 9th was goofy. While she hit it, the runner that was on first got called out for leaving early. So she remains the batter, and with it being a new inning, starts with a fresh count. And here's the 1-1, a chopper to Jenna Young. Long throw, just gets rolling at first.
Oh, what a great play by Jenna Young. Wasn't in a position to charge that, had to sit back and really showed off her arm strength. Nice play. She has a very bright future ahead.
First pitch, strike. Here's a grounder. Another strong throw from Jenna Young. Brings up Molly Hoekstra. First pitch misses low. Grounder, left side, and leave it for Young. Tough play, and she makes it. All 3 outs. Jenna Young over to Ava Loudon, and Carlisle goes down in order. 1, 2, 3. We'll take a break. We'll be back. More softball from Fort Dodge in this 4A championship game.
Yeah, they do. Here we go.
There's something in the air, I sense it. Like the wind has changed direction.
Slime molds. How could you not love them?
This is how science happens. It's cool.
I can hear a storm, it's rumbling. Sounds like a freight train coming. Stay curious.
Oh, it's a current, electric, a fire, magnetic, the city streets at night. An eruption, explosion, an earthquake, commotion, a gamma ray burst of light.
I can feel it.
Oh, it's like the stars align.
Amazing!
Oh my gosh. The G-forces are indescribable.
For science.
Yes!
Top of 11. Thea Banning fouls the first pitch of this 11th inning. Out of play. Banning looks at one down low, and we talked about Banning just a little bit, but just working so hard in that circle. You know, has given up some hits, but not giving up a lot of runs. There's a hard hit ball, center field. Bounces to the fence. Banning into second base, a stand-up double to lead off the 11th.
Man, they can hit the ball. I mean, do you pitch to Jenna Young here? I know you're not interested in extra base runners, but she can make it hurt with that first base open.
And Banning, the pitcher. Winterset will have the opportunity to bring a courtesy runner in. It's going to be Allie Soderberg.
And they are going to put her on.
So Jenna Young gets the intentional walk. It's not required to throw pitches for the intentional pass. Simply send the runner down. So Young down to first. Natalie Drake steps in. So 2 runners aboard, and Coach Corcoran uses his one timeout to have a discussion here.
Okay, so we're gonna have a swing here till we get a strike. Then we're gonna sacrifice bunt the ball. Okay. So if they don't throw it in there, we'll keep taking balls. But after we get a strike, then we're gonna sacrifice bunt. All right. You got to run hard, slide hard. If she gets it down, I might change my mind.
He's funny.
20th season coaching for Winterset. 610 wins for Steve Corcoran. So Drake looks at a strike, and now the sack bunt should be coming from Drake the junior. Puts it down. Beautiful bunt. The play's going to have to go to first. Nice scoop by Hoffman. One away. Soderberg moves to third. Jenna Young advances to second. Now, top of the 11th. Remember, Winterset is the visitors, so a run does not end it. They need as many as they can. Now Bridget Stover's going to get the intentional walk to set up the force at home.
Yep, want to load the bases. You have a force everywhere.
So Ava Loudon, who had the RBI in the 7th inning, to put Winterset ahead at the plate. Hit hard to the third baseman. The throw comes home. They get the out at home. Safe at first is Loudon.
She hit it too hard.
So 2 away now. Bases loaded. There's Lauren Carter. 2 doubles already today. She's 3 for 4. At the plate with the bases loaded. Lauren Carter, just a sophomore, has an opportunity here in the 11th inning. Young at third, Stover at second, Loudon at first. drives it up the middle, scores one, around third, back to third, and safe at third. We had some contact over here. We're going to have a discussion. I believe Steve Corcoran had a little contact with Stover as she rounded third. Here's the hit by Carter that drove in Young. That run counts for sure. Right before that,
second one out on coach interference. Yep. He's going to, now wait a second. Yep. Let's breathe. Okay. Yep. He's going to come unglued, so you stay close. I will. You want to talk to him?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Okay. Let's call it out first.
Okay. You're out.
That's the total call.
The run counts, right? So they're still up one.
The run, no, the run counts.
Unfortunately, that's the rule.
so one run is all Winterset will get here in the top of the 11th. As Lauren Carter drives in Jenna Young, and then Bridget Stover gets called out at third on coach's interference.
I don't think I've ever seen a coach's interference with your own player.
It's something where you can't push a player back towards third, something like that. But
I just don't think I've ever even seen it.
Haven't seen it before? Why not see it in a championship game?
You know, 11 innings, 25 hits, coach's interference.
One-run game. So see what head coach Jim Flaws can scratch together for the Carlisle Wildcats.
Got it.
Top of the order coming up. Kennedy Preston, the leadoff batter, will lead off this 11th inning. This has been a fun one though, Molly. Winterset, the 2017 champs. Carlisle, state champs a season ago.
And it's been exciting since the very first pitch when Jenna Young sent it flying.
First pitch outside.
Carlisle looks like will continue to be patient, perfectly content to take until they get a strike.
Hard hit ball towards right field. Drake tracks it down, makes the catch. One away. Thea Banning trying to help her Winterset Huskies to a state title. First pitch strike to Aubrey Fernal. 0 for 5. Grounder, right side of the infield. Carter, the quick toss over to first in time.
Well, she had to put a little mustard on that one. Slow roller.
So to the plate, Meredith Hoffman, the senior. Swings through strike one, playing in her final softball game of her career. She'll be a college volleyball player at Morningside. A 3-run home run yesterday. Lays off that one, 1-1 the count.
Has interest in going to dental school. at some point in the future.
Majoring in biology and chemistry. Because you can. Grounder up the middle, and Hoffman keeps it alive for Carlisle. 2 out, single right up the middle for Meredith Hoffman. Kennedy Prentisil now to the plate. First pitch strike from Banning. Strike 2 on Prentisil.
Got to keep this out of the zone. Way up in the count.
Banning puts one in play, giving chase, and making the catch is Stover. And Winterset wins the 4A title in 2020. Steve Corcoran and the 7th-seeded Winterset Huskies take the title. Carlisle, the defending champs, knocked off in the title game. A fantastic finish that went 11 innings. Thea Banning so tough in the circle for the Huskies. And that smile says it all.
From Winterset, Jenna Young. From Carlisle, Kennedy Preston. From Dallas Center Grimes, Molly Cooney. From Dallas Center Grimes, Cameron O'Brien. From North Scott, Sam Lee. From North Scott, Rachel Anderson. From Carlisle, Meredith Hoffman. From Winterset, Bridget Stover. From Carlisle, Aubrey Fernal. And your Class 4A All-Tournament team captain. From Winterset, Thea Banning.
Congratulations to the All-Tournament team members. Gutsy performances by all those players. All 3 games they played. Thea Banning, the captain, certainly earned it tonight for Winterset.
Yeah, she sure did. Went the distance, 11 innings, helped her own cause at the plate. Really fun night of softball.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your trophy presentation. Congratulations to the runners-up in Class 4A, Head coach Jim Flaws and the Carlisle Wildcats, congratulations on an outstanding 2020 softball season. And your 2020 Class 4A State Softball Champions, head coach Steve Corcoran and the Huskies from Winterset.
Molly, you certainly tip your caps to the 8 seniors for Carlisle, but man, you credit Winterset and just the grit that they showed to pull this one out in 11 innings.
Well, talk about getting hot at the right time. They played so well late in the season, in the regionals, in the state tournament. This is a young squad. They'll be back, certainly.
Congratulations to the 7th-seeded Winterset Huskies, your 2020 4A champs. And tonight's just the start of it all. Tomorrow, 3A, 2A, 1A, it all starts at 2:30. Albion Williamsburg, followed by the 2A and 1A championship games. All right here on Iowa PBS. It's the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Softball Championship games. Thanks for joining us tonight. Have a good one.
Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community.